Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund's 7th annual Equity on the Mall. Again, my name is Sergio Cuellar, Senior Program Officer with Sierra Health Foundation in the Center and manage the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund. I have the honor of being your MC for this year's Equity on the Mall. And what an amazing day we had yesterday. Are we ready for another day of celebrating our amazing San Joaquin Valley community partners and the inspiring, powerful work that they do and they're engaged in to improve the conditions of the San Joaquin Valley, making it a healthier and more equitable place to live? I sure am. Yesterday, we got to hear from our education committee. We got to hear from folks on our digital divide committee, as well as understanding the importance of urban growth and infills from our housing and land planning and land use committees as well. We also got to hear an opening from our president and CEO, Chet Hewitt, our co-chairs for the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund policy committees, Noe Paramo and Eileen Espejo. And we also got to hear a beautiful poetry reading from Dr. Maider Vang, Pulitzer Prize finalist. And we are thankful for their presence and for their opportunity to share with us their talents. And today we have an even more special day in front of us. We are going to be going further and deeper into our policy platform. And we can't wait to share all the work that we have in store for you all today. Before I go any further, I'd like to remind folks that we are streaming live via the Hopin platform and are also streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. For those of us who are joining us today who may need interpretation services, we are very proud to offer live simultaneous interpretation on the Hopin platform in multiple languages. I'm now going to introduce our interpreters, and they will take a minute to introduce themselves, share some direction on how to access and translation services in their language, and we'll kick it off with our Spanish interpreter. Mónica.
Gracias. Buenos días. Gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy en Equity on the Mall 2022. Bienvenidos. Tenemos interpretación simultánea en español, Hmong, Punjabi y mandarín. Para acceder a la interpretación simultánea, vaya a la esquina superior derecha de su pantalla. Debajo del área donde dice Event y donde dice Stage, verá la palabra Translations. Después verá una imagen que dice Interprefy. Dele clic en Select y elija el español. Dele clic en Connect para escuchar automáticamente en su idioma de preferencia. Si tiene algún problema, por favor, contáctenos dando clic en Help Desk. Si está accediendo desde Facebook o YouTube, por favor, regístrese en www.equityonthemall.org para que tenga acceso a la interpretación simultánea. And the next one, Punjabi.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਦੋ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਸ ਇਹ ਐਕੁਇਟੀ ਔਨ ਦ ਮਾਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫੌਰੀ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਹਮੰਗ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂਡਰਿਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਸਾਈ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੋਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਾਓ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਦੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਏਗਾ ਇੱਕ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਟੇਜ ਬਟਨ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੱਬੋਗੇ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਫਾਈ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਜਿਹਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਏਗਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਚੂਜ਼ ਕਰਿਓ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਲਿੱਕ ਕਰੋ ਉਹ ਖੁਦ ਬਖੁਦ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਅਗਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਮਸਲਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਗਰ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਲਪ ਡੈਸਕ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਕਰ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ YouTube ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਜਿਸਟਰ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ www.equityonthemall.org ਤੋਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਉਪਯੋਗ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
感谢您今天参加2022年 Equity on the Mall， 我们欢迎您，并将提供西班牙语、苗语、旁遮普语和普通话的同声翻译。如果您需要同声传译，请看您的电脑屏幕右上角，在标有事件 Event 和主席台 Stage 的区域下方，您将看到 Translations 翻译，然后您将看到一个显示 Interprefy 的图像，点击选择 Select 并选择普通话 Mandarin， 单击连接 Connect， 自动接听你的语言的同声翻译。如果您有任何问题，请单击帮助台 Help Desk， 让我们知道。如果您是从脸书、Facebook 或油管 YouTube 上收看，请您在 www.equityonthemall.org 注册，以便您可以接听同声翻译服务。Back to you, Sergio.
Thank you. And thank you to all our interpreters. One last reminder, if you would like to join us on the Hopin platform and to access the interpreters and also to access any of the polls that we may have going on today, please go to www.equityonthemall.org. And at any time during the day, you can register and join us on Hopin. As we did yesterday, I'd like to start our program by acknowledging the land on which we gather today. I'm coming to you today from the territory of the Yokoots people, who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. The San Joaquin Valley is a region rich in the traditions and representation of Native American peoples and cultures. We are grateful to be in the traditional homelands of the Yokoots and Monu peoples, whose diverse tribal communities share stewardship over this land. We thank them for their strength and resilience in protecting this land and aspire to uphold our responsibilities according to their ways and the ways of all indigenous peoples who have inhabited and have had their land stolen in what we now know as the San Joaquin Valley. Okay, San Joaquin Valley, are we ready to keep this celebration going? I want to do a quick little roll call again, as we did yesterday, to see who's joining us. We're going to start off, this time we'll start off from the South Valley. So anyone from Kern County, are you with us today? Great. Anybody from Kings County, Tulare County, any Kings or Tulare counties joining us today? Do we have Fresno County with us today? Awesome. Do we have Madera County? Moving up to Madera County. How about Merced County? Merced County, are you here with us today? Great. Stanislaus? San Joaquin County, are you with us today? Awesome, awesome. This is great. Again, the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund is really proud to bring together all the community partners from the San Joaquin Valley who are part of our work, who have been part of this policy committee, have been putting this great celebration on over the last 2 days. And now we are really, really ready to get started by showing a video that's going to uplift the California's public health systems and community partners that helped California lead the way in navigating through the global COVID-19 pandemic. Again, we are leading the nation in not only in vaccination rates, but also have been leading the way in showing folks how to build community and build a communication system that really saved lives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Can we go to the video now?
"2020 is now the deadliest year in U.S. history. It's going to get worse and worse and worse."
A once-in-a-century event, the COVID-19 pandemic challenged public health officials in unprecedented ways to protect populations, curb spread, and save lives. Nowhere in the U.S. were the stakes higher than here in California, with the largest, most diverse population. California needed a public education campaign on a scale never attempted before, one that was nuanced to equitably reach our state's geographically, culturally, and economically diverse population. CDPH rose to the challenge by building and implementing a unified, layered, and integrated approach based on data and prioritizing disproportionately impacted audiences. Our work has created a steady cadence of life-saving information that has reached our priority audiences with messages from many angles. As the COVID climate continuously changed, we pivoted to optimize outcomes. Our actions are truly saving lives. Today, California has delivered more vaccinations than any other state. Thank you for your continued efforts. But we're not done yet. Together, we will continue our efforts to keep Californians healthy by getting vaccinated and boosted, working to ensure parents feel good about vaccinating their children, and continuing to recommend harm reduction efforts like masking and testing.
Great. So while this video sets the stage or talks about the response from California, this also sets the stage for our next section to spotlight organizations across the Great San Joaquin Valley who through the pandemic made pivots from their everyday work to help communities survive and to save lives, while continuing to advocate for health and racial equity here in the San Joaquin Valley. So this is a very special segment where we'd like to put a spotlight on all of our community partners who have made that pivot and really share some light on a couple that have done some tremendous work. So first, I have the great pleasure of spotlighting Cultural Brokers. With us today is Margaret Jackson, who is the Executive Director of Cultural Brokers, who has a mission of supporting the power of families to strengthen communities. To date, Cultural Brokers has successfully delivered family advocacy and liaison services to 3,337 unduplicated families for a total of 10,327 individuals from diverse ethnic backgrounds. Their leadership during COVID-19 has been a lifesaver for community members throughout the San Joaquin Valley. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Margaret Jackson. Welcome, Margaret.
Good morning. Thank you. Pivot. Pivot is the word. That's what we recognized early on. When the pandemic hit, I knew from my work in child welfare and the work that we've been doing around the disproportionality and disparities that were experienced there for our African-American community and other communities, as well as our work in infant mortality. And anything that you can think of that can go wrong, that is not good, we're always highest in those numbers. So I knew early on there was going to be an issue, reached out to our community, reached out to Shante Davies Balch and others, Pastor Lewis and others in our community, and said, what are we going to do? This is not going to be good. We don't want to wait 2 or 3 years in to hear the data say what we already knew was going to happen, that we would be disproportionately impacted. So we pivoted immediately and got on board in terms of, okay, what's the first thing that we can do? Educate, mask up, and so we began our campaign. We quickly realized as information came out about what can you do to mitigate, what can you do for prevention, the biggest thing we needed to do was combat all of the misinformation. Doesn't impact African Americans. That's not in our community. What are you all talking? So getting correct information. So we realized early on information was key. We set up a vaccine and COVID-19 warm line. We started first with a warm line just to get information out, masking up correct information. Where do you go? What are the resources? For folks that are being impacted, pulling all of that information together. And because we were vocal about knowing this was going to impact our community, Fresno recognized that. And as a result of our vocalizing our concerns about what's going to happen, our COVID-19 Equity Project was formed. The African American Coalition was formed. And we began to set up warm lines and then information lines, and just were able to take calls, put together 6 case managers who just had to become instant experts, health experts, just pivot, turn. First, it was just mitigation, past information, correct information, masking up. And then we pivoted to talk about testing. That was our first big effort, getting out and holding testing events and things like that, and encouraging folks to get into our churches, getting to our community. We've done more than 8,585 calls on our information support line, our vaccine information support line, and our warm line, just to get correct, accurate information out there, answer questions, help people think through, make it, and just what? I'm scared, I'm concerned, I don't know, talking through all of that. And so our ability to just pivot as it went from masking up, protection, to shifting to when tests became finally available, getting them out there, and then to vaccines. So we learned we had to become instant learners, stay current, and keep our community informed, and be able, ready, and available to answer questions, to figure out if you're impacted, where do you get the resources? Where do you go? People were early on, when we shut down, all the impact of all of that, we just had to make adjustments. We had to pivot. And that was our commitment, to stay up on the latest information, to make sure that we got it out there, to make sure that we are available with at a touch of a phone. We actually registered people. We actually found testing sites. We did whatever we needed to do to make it happen for our community. And then, like I said, as a result of that commitment, the Fresno County Health Department's recognition that an equity project would be something that would be very beneficial. So being vocal about our concerns help lead to something that would benefit the diversity in all of our community, and making sure that we were available and ready to do whatever needed to be done at a minute's notice, to shift, to pivot, and do that. My vision for all of this work is that we continue on this vein, that we don't just stop here. What's the next thing? What monkeypox, whatever, what's the next thing that's going to come our way? What we've shown is, as a community, our ability to mobilize, to pivot, to shift, and meet the needs of our community immediately at a minute's notice, to be able to organize. And it's efforts such as this, that the San Joaquin Valley, this equity, our ability to mobilize as nonprofits. What I've seen is something unprecedented. Nonprofits coming together, non-competitive, whatever, just committed to all of our communities, supporting each other's efforts to promote good health and safety and all of those wonderful things that we need to do when a pandemic hits. And that, that was our commitment, being able to give accurate information at a minute's notice, and to stay on top of whatever the trend might be, and shift and move and do whatever we needed to do when it needed to be done, and unapologetically unafraid, going out there when we didn't even have adequate things initially just to do the work, but knowing that it had to be done, and placing ourselves at risk because we know our communities were at risk. And that's what I so appreciate about this whole effort, how we all mobilized together, how we all leaned in to lift up our commitment. And as a result, today, we now have that African American Coalition Clinic that continues to serve, and that's available to shift to whatever the needs might be. We thank all of our partners, Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce, St. Rest African American Clergy, Take a Stand, Rest Fresno Family Resource Center, and EOC, which was our fiscal vendor, to make it possible for all of us to pull together and do what we needed to do, so that our community would not just be a statistic. Because I already knew what it was going to say. I didn't have to wait for 10 years of research or whatever. I know what it's going to be. Anything that can go wrong or that have a negative impact on our community, I knew it was going to be bad for us. And so our ability to just shift, pivot, move, and stay on top of the latest information, that's what we ventured to do. And I hope that in some way we made a difference. I know for sure when we started our work, our vaccination rates were only 0.3%. And now we're at about 44% in our African American community. It's still not where we want it to be, but it's considerably better. And we won't stop until we get it to continue to get that number to increase. But we are committed. We're going to stay current and relevant and be prepared for the next pivot, whatever that might be. Any questions that anybody might have?
So we'll see if there's anything in the comments. And we just have a lot of praise for the work that you all have done, Margaret. And again, we all know that your work saved lives, as it says there. And thank you for sharing that work. And again, I think you're correct, right? Communities of color and marginalized communities for a long time, we are, unfortunately, when we talk about all these issues, the most disproportionately impacted in these spaces. So as you said, when the pandemic hit, I know conversations within our organization and other organizations, it was immediately like, what are we going to do now to make sure that we don't wait for the results of what we know is already going to happen, right? And how do we start developing plans? And again, I think, that type of thinking is what's needed in this type of work from our community leaders. And unfortunately, we didn't see it through all of, in all of our leadership, right? But again, thank you for your leadership in guiding that way and thinking that way. And we know that it's saved lives, and we appreciate all your work for doing that. So, Margaret, we're going to bring you back towards the end of this segment to ask some more questions of you all and with all our presenters. So thank you for sharing your work. And now it's my pleasure to move on to our next spotlight. We'll be spotlighting the Central California LGBTQIA and Two-Spirit Collaborative. With us today is Executive Director John Aguirre, who will share the work of the collaborative, which is dedicated to education, advocacy, and training for inclusion of all in the community at large during the COVID-19 pandemic. They have been on the front lines of advocacy, doing advocacy, offering services, and linking their community members to much needed resources. John, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start out first with giving a picture of what it was like when the pandemic started for our community. We as LGBT persons are we're stated that we were more vulnerable to COVID-19 because we have increased use of tobacco use, HIV and cancer rates. We have higher HIV and cancer rates, and we have the historical barriers to healthcare. The other issues we also had were the things like historical distrust of government, of public institutions, because if you recall, we were to be LGBT, to be homosexual back in the 70s, just into the 1970s, we were considered mentally ill. A lot of us lost our jobs, lost positions in the military, lost family. So you're going through, you have all this going on, and then you have a pandemic on top of it. So that's the environment we came into. We came into this environment when the pandemic started, which was interesting because we were not reached out to by any government entity, any group. We had to reach out to them and say, hey, don't forget us again. Because even though we were showing there were high rates of COVID-19 in our community, we were being impacted more economically because a lot of our folks work in the service industry and retail, restaurant work, especially in the Valley. That's their main source of income for most of our LGBT folks. And they were losing their jobs because everything was being shut down. We were still not included at the table until we spoke up and said, we need to be part of this because our folks are being affected, just more than others. And also because we intersect with every population, be you Asian, be you Black, be you Latino. We're part of every population. And so we had to to maneuver our message or massage our messaging to include those populations also. So not only we're LGBTQ, but we're also part of other populations that are underserved. So knowing that, we had to develop some strategies on how to address our population that's distrustful member of government agencies and in a climate of where they're usually not spoken of or not taken care of. So what we did was we thought, well, let's see who is our trusted messengers in our community. Our primary at this point, we know that we have a cultural phenomenon called drag queens, within our community, which started within our community. And so we decided that locally we have drag queens that have a large following of folks from the LGBT community who look at them, they're local celebrities. So we thought, well, let's see if we can approach them to get that messaging out, and that's what we did. We started working with drag queens, and this was before everything was shut down. We actually had drag shows where the message was, go get vaccinated, go get tested. Before vaccination, go get tested, wear a mask, do the safety protocols. We actually had Facebook Live seminars from drag queens on how to do that properly, how to wear your mask properly, because when people were wearing like this or down here, so we were trying to teach them how to wear the proper way, things like that. We also did one of the things unfortunately our community suffers from also is a lot of mental health issues because of historic being the stigma and discrimination of being LGBT, a sexual minority. And so we started really working. We had a lot of folks that became, especially our senior population, that became shut-ins, even more so because they were the most vulnerable population, being LGBT and seniors. So what we did with them was we actually started doing phone trees, calling them, checking on them on a weekly basis, the ones that were involved with our organization. We started, also there was some that were, their mental health was really at risk. So what we did, because they were missing that one-on-one interaction. So what we did was we sent people out to their front porch, and they would stay inside and open their door and have the front porch or between a window and them, and they would visit that way, like just to keep them interactive, that one-on-one person interaction. We did that. We also did things like, besides our drag shows, we did events, tabling events. Whenever we could, we were at different events that were being allowed. Every so often, we would be there with our mask on and just information on where to go get vaccinated once the vaccine came out. We gave people rides to vaccine events. We gave we showed them where we were, where it was. We just supported their efforts to get vaccinated because we knew our population needed to be vaccinated. One of the things that we did discover through this whole process was that once again, one of the disparities reared its ugly head where information about our population was not being collected. We had sexual orientation, gender identity expression data, which is something that it measures how many people of our population being served and how they're being served. That, of course, was not being collected, even though there was a governor's executive order to try to do that. And there are laws on the books in California to collect that data. Once again, that was a challenge for almost all service providers, government and private. So we kept on emphasizing that throughout the pandemic. We were the voice of advocacy for that, but unfortunately it still fell to the wayside because there was so much other things going on than collecting data about us. Let's see what else. We also did different events. We approached it with our community. There's a large population that really is involved with our traditional community centers were bars, gay bars, LGBT bars. So we decided to also focus on those areas when they were open, when they were allowed to be open and all. We did not only events there, but we also did things like a shot for a shot. If you came in and you could prove that you had received your first vaccine, we would buy you a shot. I know that's not traditional for most healthcare providers or what have you, but we were being very flexible with our community because that is where a lot of them go, and we wanted to make sure that they were the ones that were getting vaccinated also. We did a thing during Juneteenth of last year at our booth where we did a dab for a dab. We are a cannabis-friendly organization and state, and so what we did was we had someone donate a bunch of joints, and we gave them if they showed proof of vaccination, they would get a joint. Those type of things. So we had to be flexible and like as the key word is pivot, based on our needs of our community and where we could reach them. We also had to do some outreach at unfortunately, a lot of our homeless population does not partake in shelter services because of, once again, historical distrust, and they haven't been treated best at shelters because they're misgendered, maybe they're transgender, or they're non-binary, and the staff will misgender them or put them in the wrong side of the shelter. If they identify as male, they'll put them in the female side because they present as female, even though they identify as male, and vice versa. So a lot of our folks decide not to partake in shelter services. So we had to reach out to them in the streets and go out there and give them goodie bags of incentives and say, come on in and come to the vaccination clinic, or here's a mask, here's some safety protocols. You can still keep safe out in the streets, those type of things. So it was a interesting time the last year and a half, couple of years, trying to reach our population in their unusual places where they are, but we did reach a lot of them. And one of the things that came out of this also was we became more of a we were always a center where people would come and ask questions, but we started to see an uptick in phone calls and emails and Facebook posts, instant messages where people were asking us about the information about the vaccine, about mask wearing, about different mandates that came out. And so we started really posting information on Facebook and Instagram on the different mandates that came out, when to wear a mask, when you don't have to wear a mask, what vaccines are up, what's available, where to go to get a vaccine. We did a lot of that and reached a lot of our population that way, because they use a lot of social media via Instagram and Facebook. We also had a large email list that we would provide to our providers, service providers and individuals about different graphics and all that would promote usage of vaccines and safety protocols in the LGBT community. Remember, we also did this in Tuolumne County, in Merced County, and in Stanislaus County. We covered 3 counties. So we were pretty spread out because initially when the pandemic started, we were a volunteer-driven organization. We had myself, which had been a volunteer here for 5 years running the organization, and we had like around 10 or 12 core volunteers. So this all started with a volunteer effort. And once we started receiving funding, we actually didn't expand until October of last year, where we actually had paid staff on board to do this. So most of our effort was, I'd say like 75% of our effort during the pandemic was volunteer driven. So I'm very proud of that because it just shows what a community can do when the chips are down, when we have to do it. And we did that. And we also, let's see. We also, some of our other strategies we did. Let's see, we talked about, I know what it was. LGBT support resources. We made a resource list of local COVID-19 friendly, LGBT friendly services that provide COVID-19 services and agencies that do that also. And once again, we did that because of the historic distrust that LGBT folks have of the systems and even the private or the government systems. So we had to really build our collateral, our stuff that we put out. We had to inform them who to trust, who we trusted, so they could trust them also, since we were the trusted messenger. So that was a stretch sometimes because there are some systems, unfortunately, that aren't LGBT friendly. But one of the things about the pandemic is a lot of them weren't historically LGBT friendly, but now they are. They've become more so because we had to partner with them to attack this pandemic, and so we became partners with a lot of people we normally wouldn't become partners with, or they wouldn't want to, but because of the way the pandemic was playing out, and we intersect with every population, they joined up with us, and so we've expanded our partnerships, and they're still going strong even now, and for other projects we're working on. But I do want to point out that one of our main partners for Stanislaus County was Public Health. They were one of our primary partners. They were very receptive to what we needed most of the time, and they included us at the table. They allowed us to. They listened to our voice when we were at the table. And there were some bumps along the way, but that happens in new partnerships. But we've overcome those, and I just want to say that it was a pleasure working with them, and we're still working with them, Stanislaus Public Health. Pretty much, I think that the at the end of the day, what I'd like to see is that in future, any type of pandemic or any type of event that affects communities, that we're just not an afterthought. The LGBT community isn't an afterthought. That we are, as soon as things are being planned, that they say, don't forget the LGBT folks. make sure they're here. Make sure, be it myself or other groups, whoever is working in that population, to make sure that they're included at the table. That we don't have to come asking for a place. That we're automatically there, and that would make it so much easier when it comes to doing outreach, prevention, engagement, that type of thing, and getting the message out. It would just make it so much easier and probably save lives in our population. I don't know if that's 10 minutes, but I think we're close, right?
That's good. That's good, John. I really, really appreciate it. A couple of things I wanted to uplift in your work. One, the power of community and understanding your community. You all know your constituents, right? You know the folks that you're serving, and what messages get to them the most, and also where the distrust lies. So really appreciate that knowledge of it. The piece around credible messengers is so critical, right? And it's not just in the LGBT community, but across multiple issues. If we're not sending the right people to send the right messages to our community members, then we know the messages won't get there as effectively as they can. And so I appreciate that piece, and I really, really appreciate the notion of meeting folks of where they are. Right, you all were out at different festivals, at bars, sending the messages in non-traditional ways that really, really impacted your community and got folks to understand and get educated and learn more about this pandemic. So really, really appreciate those three pillars that you all spoke about today. And again, we'll probably bring you back a little bit later on in the segment to ask some questions of you. So hang on.
Thanks.
So thank you again, John, and the LGBTQIA Two-Spirit Collaborative for your tremendous work. I have the pleasure now for our next spotlight to spotlight the Community Alliance with Family Farmers. With us today is Rashid Hislop, who will share with us the magnificent work of the African American Farmers of California, Fresno Freedom School, and California Farmer Justice Collaborative as they build sustainable food and farming systems through policy and advocacy in the San Joaquin Valley. Welcome, Rashid. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Sergio. It's great to be here. Just wonderful to hear all the wonderful work that everybody is doing. It takes a village. It takes an army of us to do the work and to get us through this pandemic. And I'm fortunate to work, as you said, with Community Alliance with Family Farmers, which is a statewide organization that's been around for about 40 years, founded by small family farmers all across the state to support farmers that aren't corporate farmers. First thing I wanted to do is acknowledge the land that I'm on. So I'm on Yokut's land in Madera, just north of Fresno, which is also unceded Yokut lands. I work very closely, as Sergio mentioned, with the African American Farmers of California, which is a wonderful organization that's been fighting, since long before the pandemic, for Black farmers throughout, in Fresno, but also throughout the state, to be able to have access, to have the same access that every farmer has, to be able to run a sustainable business. And the pandemic definitely has hit BIPOC farmers disproportionately, as with across all of our communities. Not only in terms of just the direct health risks, but also just threats to their business. Many of them rely or have relied on small, farmers markets in order to make ends meet and to sell their products. Many of those shut down or were very, very impacted in terms of their visitorship by the pandemic. And so there's been a big pivot. I think that word has been used quite a bit this morning. A big pivot to be able to allow these farms to sustain during this time. I think it's very important to also recognize in terms of historical racism and historical traumas that farmers have experienced here in California. BIPOC farmers in particular, many may or may not be aware, but what amounted to concentration camps of the Japanese the internment camps during World War II resulted in land loss for many Japanese farmers. how many of the African American farmers that are here today came over to California initially was through contract migrant labor contracts, specifically in the cotton industry. When California was shifting its production from wheat to cotton back in the late 1800s, which was essentially an extension of slavery through those migrant labor contracts and eventually sharecropping. So those are two examples of some of the discrimination that's happened and some of the challenges that Black farmers have faced historically that unfortunately continue today in terms of access to resources, access to land, access to capital, just an ability to run a sustainable farm business. Um, the super majority of Californians farm 180 acres or less and gross less $100,000 annually. And more than 1 in 5 of farmers in the state identify as farmers of color. Um, and despite all of that, many of the programs that are offered federally, state level, all across are still way disproportionately supporting not supporting BIPOC farmers, and so that's a problem that we've been trying to address through many of the programs that we run. Um, we have been able to successfully implement programs that support and especially focus on BIPOC farmers, including the work that I've been able to be a part of with the African American Farmers of California in developing direct markets that can also affect change in terms of access to fresh, healthy foods, specifically in Fresno, but also potentially more broadly in the broader Central Valley, and building up what we call Black food ecosystems throughout the valley, as well as with the Latinx community, which has been also is the fastest growing small farmer population in the state of California, and so we've also been able to run a lot of programs that support a broad coalition of all the BIPOC farmers, including, in particular, Southeast Asian farmers, Latinx farmers, and Black farmers, as well as many other groups not captured within that language. There's a myriad of programs that often, unfortunately, don't reach our folks, ranging from SNAP, different family food box programs. Many of those programs end up getting taken up by larger scale, white-owned and operated farm businesses. In some cases, because of the pre-existing relationships, in other cases, because of a lot of the administrative burdens and challenges that farmers face in terms of being able to reach those opportunities. And so that's something that we help out with. Um, some of the other problems in addition to access to markets that we work on are in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic has also been the disproportionate impact that has happened, in particular with emergency food systems. A lot of those programs have not hit our farmers, and then also in terms of the drought. The drought is ongoing. The drought was going on before the pandemic, and it still continues through it. And that's just a compounding impact. As many of us may know, California is implementing more restrictions on water, and unfortunately, this is also having a disproportionate impact on small farmers. Many farmers are having their costs of water tripled or quadrupled. Their wells are running dry. They're having to spend thousands and thousands of dollars just to be able to sustain, just to be able to keep, their orchards alive, or their, continue producing their annual crops. And so this is something that we've been able to support through emergency funding that we've been able to provide through our emergency funds. Supporting, thankfully hundreds of farmers. We've been able to award 290 farmers so far facing financial hardships over the last 2 years. The majority of those farmers are BIPOC farmers, which is wonderful. We've awarded over $1 million, ranging from $2,500 to $5,000 each to farmers. This is critical funding, and of course it's not enough. It's just to get them through. But it's critical in terms of just them being able to sustain and to continue. I also wanted to mention, because of the pandemic, many farmers need to be able to start looking at other ways to sell. So being able to sell online. So in 2021, CAF launched the Small Farm Tech Hub, which supports farms in being able to get online, start doing online marketing, and access what's a really fantastic marketing tool, which is the internet, to be able to sell their products. So we've been able to do that, and that work continues and continues to grow. And I'm happy to say that the African American Farmers of California, Fresno Freedom School, have been able to take advantage of that, as the Fresno Farm Box program, which was started last year, will now be going online this year. It's also going to be EBT accessible. As I mentioned before, a lot of the federal government programs, EBT being a central pillar of that, are not always accessible to the BIPOC farming population due to administrative hurdles. And so that's something that we're also being able to add this year, which does both in terms of helping the farmers sell more and also be able to get that food locally, especially to families and folks in need, most in need. Then also, I just wanted to also say, and thank you again for having us. I also wanted to say that none of this work is possible without obviously the farmers themselves. So, and all of the other, it's a broad coalition of organizations that we work with, from the community, California Farmer Justice Collaborative. We work very closely with Kitchen Table Advisors and a host of other, Asian Business Institute and Resource Center, which is a phenomenal organization that focuses especially on the Southeast Asian farming population here in the Central Valley. This work takes, again, a village. And so it's just great to be here and to be a part of this coalition of folks who are fighting for the Valley to have access to fresh, healthy foods, to see the farming populations that represent our communities be able to serve our communities. Just in wrapping up, I wanted to make sure we acknowledge, what many people might have a question, how can I do something? What could I do to support my local farmers? So one simple thing that people can do during this webinar, or even right after this, is to take action. It would be to contact your local legislators to support drought support and relief for farmers, because state leaders are potentially getting ready to finalize a budget package in the next 2 weeks, and that could also be of very help for all of our local farmers. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rashid. And thank you for shedding light on the tremendous work you all are doing to bring equity to the farming industry, or, farming for small family farmers, as you all are doing, especially BIPOC family farms. So really appreciate your work. And again, hang on. We may have some time at the end for some question and answers in this segment. So just stick around in the green room for a little bit. Thank you again, Rashid, for the great presentation. Now our final spotlight for this segment is shining light on empowering marginalized Asian communities, EMAC. With us today is co-director Donald Donaire. They will share with us the work of EMAC as they serve and support marginalized Southeast Asians, empowering communities through advocacy and healing from our past and present disparities to build an equitable and robust future. Donald, thank you for being here with us today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, my name is Donald Donaire. I use they, them pronouns. I am the co-director for Empowering Marginalized Asian Communities. I'm calling from the ancestral homelands of the Delta Yokuts and Plains Miwok tribes, better known as Stockton, California. I want to thank Sierra Health Foundation and the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to be talking about my organization, Empowering Marginalized Asian Communities, also known as EMAC. So EMAC's mission is to serve and support marginalized Southeast Asians by empowering our communities through advocacy and healing from our present and past disparities to build an equitable and robust future. So we started in late 2017 in the wake of white supremacist policies, such as the Muslim travel ban, the ordering for the construction of a US-Mexico border wall, alongside increasing militarization of ICE and Border Patrol agents. And most relevant to us here in Stockton and San Joaquin County at the time is the deportation raids on our immigrant and refugee communities, namely our Cambodian, Vietnamese, and Hmong family members. Like many organizations and individuals in the nation, it was especially this whiplash of policies that inspired my friends and colleagues to create an organization that would openly and directly protest the white supremacist ideologies running rampant. We refused the notion that immigrants and refugees do not belong here. We refuse the notion that we cannot find sanctuary here. We know this place to be our home too. EMAC focuses on 3 approaches for resisting this white supremacy, which we should keep acknowledging as nothing new, but still manifesting in ways that harm our communities to this day. So those 3 approaches that EMAC focuses on is local civic engagement, youth empowerment, and policy advocacy. So I'm just gonna list some of the projects and campaigns that we've been a part of. So since our start in August 2017, EMAC has spearheaded local campaigns to stop deportations of our Southeast Asian community members, working with different organizations across Northern California region, including Asian Prisoners Support Committee, Asian Americans Advancing Justice and Law Cause, Southeast Asian Resource Action Center, and we also co-host immigration clinics regularly with our original fiscal sponsor and local nonprofit, APSARA, also known as Asian Pacific Self-Development and Residential Association. This is where the Southeast Asian community can access legal assistance regarding their status around citizenship, visas, etc. We've also co-created the 219 Asian Pacific Islander Coalition. 219 is our area code here in this area. We started in the wake of racial uprisings from the police murders of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and too many more. We wanted to be in solidarity with Black communities crying out for the state to stop killing them. So we hosted a virtual community forum that emphasized how we as the Asian American community have a role in challenging anti-Black racism, how condemning anti-Asian violence at the time as well should not mean a call for more policing in our already over-policed and criminalized communities of color, as well as figuring out community-centered solutions to addressing the needs for safety and security for Black folks and for all people of color and marginalized people. We also have been a major partner in the ICE Out of Stockton Coalition. We've hosted forums around the Truth Act and other policies that protect immigrant and refugee folks from the deportation and detention machine that has created so many separation for families and a lot of heartache for our community. We've also spearheaded mutual aid efforts that are related to COVID. So we created a mutual aid relief fund for undocumented families in Stockton. As we all know, in the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of those relief funds were not accessible or as easily accessible for our undocumented kin. And so right now, and I think I might be able to talk about it later if I have to, right now we're pushing for the Vision Act, AB 937. We are pushing, there are many senators, right now it's on the Senate floor, there are many senators who are still, we're still waiting for them to support and vote yes on, including our own Senator Eggman, Susan Eggman. So the Vision Act, of course, is a policy that will stop all ICE transfers between local local jails and county prisons to prevent them from transferring folks who have already done their time to the hands of federal ICE agents. So that's something that we're still working on and hope that we can pass this year because it is a 2-year bill now. Something else that I wanted to bring up is that EMAC has had the pleasure and privilege to create pathways for young folks in Stockton to be introduced to justice, ethnic studies, knowledge, and community organizing. Some topics that we include in our curricular program are identity, power, privilege, community. We talk about immigration and our own family stories of migration. We talk about the school to prison pipeline and how many of our young folks have experienced, very carceral and very punitive type of discipline in schools, and how they might resemble prisons. I'm wearing my School's Not Prison shirt right now from Sierra Health. Shout out. We've also talked about deportation and detention. We talk about community violence versus community safety, and how policing and prisons are not the institutions that will keep us safe. And I always refer back to the hashtag We Keep Us Safe for many reasons, so that we can keep centering community and how we create the solutions for our own safety and security. In February 2019, EMAC, we've been doing these youth programs since February 2019. We usually hire or we recruit, about 10 youth, and we pay them as well, so that we can, this work is really hard for not just community members, but also young folks. So we want to make sure that they're properly compensated. We want to build a pathway for our young folks, kind of like a social justice pipeline for them to get involved. In August 2019, some of those same youth went on to be part of a panel discussion to share lessons in advocating for change in Stockton at the local Education Equity Summit. And in May 2020, EMAC partnered with Hmong Innovating Politics, Fresno Barrios Unidos, Hmong Culture Camp, Lu Min Community Services to release Southeast Asian American youth and young adult COVID-19 survey to collect concerns and voices of the Central Valley Southeast Asian community during the global pandemic. And we all know, especially for the Asian American community, that data disaggregation is a major campaign that we're pushing for in the way that we collect data and provide resources for those communities who have been marginalized within the API, the Asian Pacific Islander category. In October 2020, we started our second cohort of youth leadership program, and that culminated in a virtual event that focused on language justice. And so what's cool about that is that those same young folks who graduated from the first and second cohort, they went on to do outreach and education work related to COVID-19 vaccinations and testing. And so they were using those same knowledges that they've gained from being in our programs. And they've also were able to use their mother language to really communicate to folks in our community in Stockton to information about COVID-19 vaccinations and testing, so that we can build trust and confidence that we won't be spreading in our community. All our youth and community organizing is rooted in ethnic studies teachings, abolition, and cross-racial solidarity. Our most recent program that's actually ending this month with the graduation is our Asian and Pacific Islander focused re-entry program that serve formerly incarcerated community members. This is a 12-week curricular program that focuses on healing trauma and also providing folks who are re-entering back into our community with the tools to succeed and slow down the rate of recidivism. So to end off, my hopes for the San Joaquin Valley is that our movements for transforming communities must include building solidarity with other marginalized communities and a commitment to challenging white supremacy and heteropatriarchy in our daily lives. At EMAC, we believe in practicing abolition as a means for liberation for our communities. So I want to end off here with a quote with Angela Davis. She says that abolition is about defunding the police and abolition. It's about shifting public funds to new services and new institutions, mental health counselors, who can respond to people who are in crisis without arms. It's about shifting funding to education, to housing, to recreation. All of these things help to create security and safety. It's all about learning that safety it's about learning that safety, safeguarded by violence, is not really safety. And I would say, and she continues, I would say that abolition is not primarily a negative strategy. It's not primarily about dismantling, getting rid of, but it's about re envisioning, it's about building anew. As someone who's grown up here and chooses to stay because I love this place here in the Central Valley, when will we consider defunding the police and abolition to address violence here? So many people fall through the cracks in our carceral systems that have historically harmed our communities here, particularly criminalizing refugees, immigrants, poor and houseless people, survivors of sexual and gender violence. Can we expand our networks of community care and reimagine what public safety structures look like? What would the San Joaquin Valley and its health, its wellness look like if we were to shift our budget, our funding to support our public education, mental health care, housing for our most vulnerable, and to support efforts in making our cities and rural places worth visiting? We need to make a different set of investments here to address the community violence in the place that we all call home. Our future here in the place we call San Joaquin Valley will be decolonial, abolitionist, and anti-white supremacy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Donald, and appreciate all the work that y'all are doing with EMAC. Very critical work, especially in the Southeast Asian community. So thank you for all that you've done and all that you continue to do and all that you will do in re-envisioning what safety looks like across the San Joaquin Valley. And we're proud to be a partner with you in this work. So once again, San Joaquin Valley, let's give a warm round of applause and a thank you for all of our 4 community partners who were spotlighted today: Cultural Brokers, LGBTQIA, Two Spirit Collaborative, Community Alliance of Family Farmers, and EMAC, for what a wonderful work that they've been doing, critical work that they've been doing, the lives they've saved over the pandemic, and the re-envisioning of what the San Joaquin Valley can look like. What a wonderful day to start. What a wonderful way to start our day today. So let's keep this celebration going. Equity in the Mall and the grant making of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund are all guided by the iHeal platform. The platform is centered in and created by our community partners who are working in the areas of immigration, health, housing, education, environmental justice, land use and planning, and more recently, the digital divide. As we have mentioned throughout the last 2 days, the San Joaquin Valley residents don't face these issues in silos. So the solutions that we bring to the table must also work at the intersections of all these issues to provide a more holistic approach to the issues at hand, and again, uplift the voices of our community partners and residents. Yesterday, we got to hear from our education, housing and land use, and digital divide subcommittees, and today we'll hear from the rest. So to kick off our first iHeal policy platform presentation for day 2, we have the immigration subcommittee. Today, advocates and community leaders will highlight the key milestones, historic policy systems, change victories, and identify opportunities to continue to facilitate equitable access to services and opportunities for immigrant families and residents in the San Joaquin Valley. It is my pleasure to introduce the Immigration Policy Subcommittee to the stage. Welcome, Eduardo. How you doing?
Good morning, Sergio. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, everyone. Today's panel discussion is brought to you by the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund's Immigration Policy Subcommittee. We're very excited to be part of the 7th Annual Equity on the Mall. And I am Eduardo Ramirez Castro. I am the Associate Project Director of the Sustainable Rural Communities Project here at California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation, based out of Fresno. And I'm also the co-chair of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund's Immigration Policy Subcommittee. And I will also, unfortunately, because I'm not the best, be serving as your moderator for today's event. Can you go ahead to the first slides, please? Wonderful. The first slide, the slide before that one. Wonderful. I'm also very honored to introduce, you to our immigration subcommittee co-chair, Allison Davenport. She's a supervising attorney at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. Allison and I are very privileged to be with you today and to share this space with incredible partner organizations who are leading literally life-changing work across the San Joaquin Valley. We will begin today by providing a little bit of background about the Immigration Policy Subcommittee. Then we're going to be hearing from various panelists. They are the change makers and on-the-ground leaders themselves. And at the end, we will reserve some time to address some questions or comments that you may have. So as a little bit of background, the Immigration Policy Subcommittee is comprised of over 30 immigrant-serving organizations in the San Joaquin Valley. And each year, this committee develops a policy platform that serves as a year-round organizing tool that fuels partners' local, regional, and statewide advocacy, and also partners' ongoing partnerships with impacted communities, elected representatives, and policymakers. The 2022 Immigration Policy Platform is both opportunistic and aspirational. It is a reflection of the promise of the San Joaquin Valley and its commitment of its organizations and leaders to advance health and racial equity. The Immigration Policy Subcommittee's mission is to ensure inclusive communities where all immigrants and refugees, regardless of income or place of residence, enjoy access to support services, economic opportunity, high-quality legal representation, and also meaningful access to civic participation. Because we believe and we fight for the idea that a just and equitable and prosperous San Joaquin Valley requires an inclusive democracy and due process for all. Now that we have provided some background, let's move on to the panel discussion, where we will get to hear from the change makers themselves. Our panelists are advocates and community leaders who will highlight key milestones, historic policy and systems change victories, and who will also identify for us opportunities to continue to facilitate equitable access to services and opportunities for immigrant families in the San Joaquin Valley. I have the pleasure of introducing our first panelist, Allison Davenport. Allison is our very own born and raised San Joaquin Valley resident and attorney. She joined the Immigrant Legal Resource Center in 2015. She leads various projects in the San Joaquin Valley to advance the rights of immigrant families and to enhance the local legal capacity of partner organizations. Prior to joining the ILRC, she was a clinical instructor with the International Human Rights Law Clinic at UC Berkeley Law. At the clinic, she directed domestic and international projects, including the establishment of the Legal Support Program for undocumented students on the UC Berkeley campus, the documentation of human rights abuses against LGBTI individuals in El Salvador, and the promotion of equal access to clean water in California. Previously, Allison practiced immigration law for several years, first in private practice, and then went on to found the Immigration Legal Services Program at Centro Legal de la Raza in Oakland, where she later served as a legal services director. Allison earned her law degree from UC Berkeley Law, and please join me in welcoming Allison. And Allison, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Eduardo, and thank you to my fellow panelists for being here today. It's an honor to appear side by side with you all. We're going to talk about various things during the panel impacting immigrant residents of the San Joaquin Valley, and really all aspects of the iHeal platform, right, have particular impacts and impact in particular ways immigrant communities in our region. But I want to take a few minutes just to think about access to immigration legal services in our region and what we're doing to address the justice gap for families in our region. We have seen a lot of growth in terms of our legal capacity in our region, but we have a long, long way to go to fully meet the legal needs of families in our region. I know we're all familiar with the San Joaquin Valley and the region we're talking about. People know the communities here intimately, but I just want to ground us quickly in the geography of our region, because I think it plays a really important role when we're talking about access to legal services and the demographics of our region as well, what that means in terms of access to legal services. So the San Joaquin Valley, we have this 8-county region, 300 miles, right? So a large rural expanse in the heart of California. In this region, there's approximately 926,000 residents who were foreign born, who were born in another country, who are immigrants. And those folks hold a whole host of different types of immigration statuses. Some are undocumented, some have a temporary status, some have a green card or permanent residence, some are naturalized US citizens. But I do want to highlight that we have around 300,000 undocumented residents in our region. So it's a very significant portion, about a third of that overall immigrant population. And over 20% of children under the age of 18 in our region live with at least one undocumented parent. So that's a really significant portion of the regional immigrant population. Something not on the slide, but I do want to mention is there's another 250,000 people who have green cards living in the San Joaquin Valley and who are eligible to become US citizens. So that's also a huge population that is eligible to kind of take that final step in a very complicated and expensive and oftentimes scary immigration journey and become a US citizen to receive the full protections of US citizenship. And also that means that's a potential 250,000 new voters in the San Joaquin Valley. So we really have a patchwork, right? We have the 300,000 undocumented, about 250,000 green card holders, and then a lot of the remaining folks have different forms of status. Some are refugees, some are have other forms of temporary status like a U visa, temporary protected status, etc. So it's really a patchwork of the communities and the types of status and protections folks have. That patchwork that we see at the regional level is also reflected in individual households and families. So it's very common that we have mixed status families in our region as elsewhere in the country. So a kind of common scenario would be that there's an undocumented parent in a home. Maybe there's a child in that home that has DACA, so has a kind of a temporary protection. And then maybe a younger sibling was born in the United States and is a US citizen. So that kind of patchwork of status and protections is played out not just at the regional level, but in very local ways, like in one household and one family. And that means people have a very different pathways and access to different services, benefits, and opportunities. So kind of with that in mind, let's talk a little bit about the legal services landscape in the San Joaquin Valley. And I've been doing a lot of thinking about what's our current capacity, where are we at, and how can we strategically move forward. So I'm just sharing some takeaways from a little bit of research we've done at the ILRC about capacity in the San Joaquin Valley. I want to highlight some of our strengths because we have a lot of strengths in the Valley, and I'm so impressed with how much work, how effective advocates are on the ground in the San Joaquin Valley, despite a lot of the challenges and limited resources that they have. So we have a really strong network of organizations and advocates. I'm going to talk a little bit about attorneys, but in a moment, but accredited representatives, these are folks who are not attorneys, but have been certified by the Department of Justice to provide immigration legal services. They're really the backbone of immigration legal services in our region. And there's just some very, very strong accredited reps, people that I call to talk about cases with, refer cases to. These are really the people who are doing the heavy lifting every day in the communities in terms of providing direct legal services. We also have strong partnerships with key institutions, things like the certain school districts, health centers, libraries. We also have the Mexican consulate in Fresno. And these are really great partnerships that kind of help us leverage our legal resources and reach more people. There's also a strong trend of collaboration with groups outside of our region. So trying to maximize the resources or bring in resources from other regions in order to provide more services locally. So we see Bay Area partners having a strong presence in our detention facilities in our region. Unfortunately, the Central Valley, rather than seeing a decline in detention, immigration detention space, we've seen a dramatic increase over the last several years, particularly in Kern County. And we have we rely heavily on Bay Area partners to help support access to legal services for folks in that detention facility. We also have seen a lot of Bay Area organizations open satellite offices or kind of deploy staff to our region to kind of bulk up their presence and services in the San Joaquin Valley. So there's a lot of creative, proactive steps being taken to address this justice gap. But we have a lot of remaining challenges given the scale of the population in our region and the geographic region our service providers are serving. So first of all, we really have a lack of attorneys who are providing certain types of assistance, specifically representation for folks who are in removal proceedings. So removal defense is something where we're growing, we're going in the right direction, but we're still far behind the need. When I've done a survey in terms of full-time staff attorneys based in the Central Valley providing removal defense services, I could only count 3 organizations that are providing that. So in this 8-county region with, nearly 1 million immigrant residents, we have only 3 organizations that provide that type of very specific service. We're also really behind on providing asylum assistance. We're seeing a huge increase in the number of asylum seekers in our region from Afghanistan, from Central America, parts of Mexico, and we're really struggling to keep pace with that demand for legal support for asylum seekers. So that's an area we really need to continue to work at. The geography is really critical because our rural residents are oftentimes living very, very far from the legal service providers who are most often located in large urban centers like Fresno, like Bakersfield, like Stockton. So people in rural Tulare County, where I live, rural Merced County, sometimes are looking at a 2-hour drive just to get to a legal service provider. So when you think about that, if it's, you need to go to an appointment to meet with an attorney or an accredited rep just about your case, maybe you have to have, 2 or 3 follow-up appointments to work on your case and finalize it. Maybe you have to go back to Fresno for an appointment with the immigration service. So it's really a huge burden on our rural residents in terms of getting time off work, childcare, other demands, and then of course the lack of transportation. And it's not uncommon for us to hear about low-income residents who lack transportation having to pay $50, $100, $200 to get a ride to one of those urban centers for those appointments. So it's a huge, huge burden. 3 counties in our region have no immigration legal service organization operating at all. Merced County my county is one of them. Madera is another one. So we also need to think strategically about how to deploy resources in those underserved counties specifically. And then we're also we're behind in terms of integrating the linguistic and cultural capacity with our legal services providers. So, there are wonderful community organizations serving a diverse immigrant populations, but our legal service providers are often limited in terms of their language capacity to English and Spanish. And so a lot of our, for example, Southeast Asian community members, South Asian community members, indigenous community members from Mexico and Central America, our legal service providers don't always have the capacity to serve them. So we need to do more to kind of integrate that linguistic and cultural capacity with our legal services capacity to reach those and ensure people are getting the services that they need and deserve. And then, big ongoing challenge for our region is just immigration fraud. Wherever there's a lack of legal service providers, we see a huge increase in immigration fraud. That means people are paying for services that are never provided. Sometimes they are told they're eligible for something that they're not eligible for. Sometimes they file cases and applications with the Immigration Service only to have those cases denied. Honestly, in the best case scenario, people lose money. Worst case scenario, people can be deported and separated from their family. So it's a very serious problem. But I think as we tackle our overall legal capacity issue, we will see a decrease in that as we make more trustworthy legal service providers available to people, especially in those rural and isolated communities. So overall, we've seen a lot of growth in our capacity in the region. It's thanks in large part to investments by the state of California in immigration legal services, but we still have a long way to go. I'm very optimistic that we're moving in the right direction, that we're growing, and that we have so many strong local advocates who are stepping into this space and providing those critical services. Eduardo mentioned that I was an attorney at Centro Legal de la Raza. That was about 15 years ago. And I was the only immigration attorney on staff at that organization. And now, 15 years later, they have over 15 immigration staff attorneys working. They're one of the largest immigration legal service providers in the state. So to me, that's just proof that growth can happen. It's going to look a little bit different in the San Joaquin Valley than it does in the Bay Area in a Bay Area-based organization. But that just shows you that type of growth is really, really possible. So I'm very hopeful and know we have a lot of potential to address this justice gap. Next slide. I want to highlight what I think is one of the ways we can make these kind of very strategic investments and build models that really address the needs of our region. And I want to highlight for just a moment the California Immigration Legal Fellowship. This is the first state-funded immigration legal fellowship in the nation. It was inaugurated in January 2021, and it trained a cohort of 10 new immigration attorneys, all about in all aspects of immigration law. It assigned them a mentor attorney who worked very closely with them and is supervising their legal work, and then placed them at immigration nonprofits, legal nonprofits in underserved areas of our state. So we're very lucky to have 6 immigration legal fellows here in the San Joaquin Valley. There are 4 fellows placed at organizations in the Central Coast of California. And it's really meeting multiple needs, right? It's addressing the legal needs of community members by providing free, high-quality legal services, especially to those who are facing immigration court proceedings, so are in removal proceedings. It's also supporting the next generation of immigration advocates by providing them with intensive training and mentorship. And then it's enhancing the legal capacity of local organizations so that they can grow and provide more and more complex legal services to their communities. So we've been very lucky to implement this pilot program. We're about 1.5 years into it. There is funding. We're hoping for full funding for this project in the budget for next year so that we can extend the work of the current 10 fellows and also bring on a new cohort of 10 fellows for a new 3-year fellowship program. We're grateful to Assemblymember Arambula for his leadership, for championing this really important model. So, stay tuned, and hopefully this is something we can keep building this momentum and building our capacity in the region. I'm going to leave my comments there and hand it over to someone who has a lot more expertise on the fellowship. And that's my colleague Osvaldo, who's a current fellow. And he's going to walk you through what the fellowship has meant for him and his clients. But I just want to say he's really represents what this model is all about. And what we need is more people like Osvaldo practicing immigration law in our region. I sleep better at night knowing there's young advocates like Osvaldo doing this important, critical legal work in the community. So I'll leave it to Eduardo to properly introduce you, Osvaldo, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Allison, for the introduction and for all your kind words. Could I get my slides up, please? I think my slides were a little orange. I can start talking without them. So my name is Osvaldo Hidalgo Otamendi. I work at Community Justice Alliance, the office in Fresno, California. And I want to talk a little bit more. Before I talk about the project, I want to talk about why the fellowship means so much to me. Okay. It appears I did not. There was an issue with the slides. I guess. Okay. So I want to speak about why this fellowship is so important to me. I was born and raised here in the Valley. My name is, I was born and raised here in the Valley in Madera, California, just north here of Fresno, where I work every day. Growing up in the Valley, you see a lot of people. Being from a family of immigrants, I saw people, my family, my parents, my tios and tias, affected by immigration laws each and every day, limited in the work that they could do, limited in the choices they could make, and limited in places they could go. I've had the experience of seeing my parents go through the immigration process, see them struggle through it, and I have the experience of seeing my family go through it now, and just the differences are immense. But I think it was watching my family, friends, neighbors go through these processes that made me want to use my privilege of being born in the United States, being able to go to school, use those privileges to help people like my parents, like my family. So that's why I chose to go to law school. That's why I worked hard to go to law school. And that's why I graduated law school, to help people. Now, if you asked me 3 years ago, where would I see myself career-wise, I don't think I would be able to say that I saw myself in the Central Valley working. I didn't see it as a possibility. I wanted to help people in an immigration path, but it just, first you have to learn the things. I tried to learn as much as I could in law school, but it can only prepare you so much. I feel like I'm learning things every day here in the immigration practice, and I've been working at it for a year and a half directly. So this is an amazing opportunity. School is also expensive. I didn't know if I'd be able to pay for it. And this fellowship has given me the opportunity to be able to do the work that I wanted to do, 10 years early. I'm able to come in here into the Central Valley, into my home with my people and represent them in immigration court or in front of USCIS or in any of the type of immigration proceedings. So it's just amazing that I've been able to have this opportunity handed to me. Now, the California Immigrant Legal Fellowship is not only a great resource to the Valley, but it's also a resource to people like me. So it's a great resource for the Valley because, as Allison, my colleague, just mentioned, there was only around a handful of attorneys here or organizations in the Valley that have removal defense services or removal defense staff attorneys full time. When we came in, we more than doubled those services. And not only that, but we're at these nonprofits where we can provide that service for free. Money can be a big barrier for this community. And the fact that I can do my job and say, I'm not going to charge you anything, go to a family who have a family member in immigrant detention and say, I'm not going to charge you for this. Don't worry about it. I've got you. Is just an amazing feeling. When people ask you how much, when people ask me about my career choices, they said, why don't you go into somewhere else where you can make more money? And I'd say, it's not about the money. It's about the people I can help. And not only the people I can help, but the way I can help them in a way that's accessible to them. And I think it's amazing that we can provide these services. And removal defense, which is not, it's not very common in Central Valley to find removal defense services and for free. And it's also an opportunity for attorneys like me, like I said, before, it gives me the chance to practice this years earlier than I think I would have been able to, instead of going into other nonprofits and trying to learn the ropes from other colleagues, or go work into government jobs like the public defender's office and try to pay off my student loans. I can just do that directly here. So I think this is a blessing to be able to be in this position. Now I'm going to go directly into what kind of the direct impact that I've seen in this fellowship. So first, we've been able to go directly into detention centers to not like get clients, but to have intakes with people. So we've been able to go to Golden State and McFarland. We've had partners go into Dublin, which is a federal institution, but it also houses our immigrant population and help people with cases such as prosecutorial discretion and asylum applications, bond hearings, and direct merits hearings. So it's amazing that there's organizations in Los Angeles, there's organizations in the Bay Area that are able to go into these centers and do these intakes and communicate with his family members. But I think there's something so much more special about having people directly in the Central Valley to go talk to these people, saying, "Oh, I know where you're from," or being able to go speak directly with their families. Like I've had to go to family members' houses to get documents to be able to submit it for their loved ones' bond hearing. So I think it's just so amazing that we're able to be there directly for the people of the Valley. And I also want to hit on, something that my colleague Allison said about, asylum cases. Right now, I have about 5 cases that are removal defense cases that involve asylum or an application for asylum. And those are only the ones I've been able to take. There are many more cases that there's like 10 cases, I think, this year alone that I've had to refer out. And, also with unaccompanied minor cases. Community Justice Alliance, the org I work for right now, was created because there was such a need to help unaccompanied minors in the Central Valley. And again, I have 3 or 4 cases right now that involve, special immigrant juvenile status or unaccompanied minors, and I've had to refer out so many more. So it just goes to show how important this work, how much need there is, and the fact that I get to do it makes me so happy, and I'm sure that makes the community members just as happy as well. So cases with criminal issues have also been somewhere where I feel like we've made a huge progress. So I've had 3 clients with criminal issues so far, and sometimes it breaks my heart to hear what they say. When they first come to me, they said, "Oh, thank you for helping me. I've gone to different organizations and they've refused to take my case, or they've told me I've had no case because I've had these criminal issues." And after further review, you'll find that there are ways around it, but they have been rejected because of stigma, or more likely because their organizations aren't funded to take cases like that. And my fellowship, I'm so blessed to be able to say that we have no restrictions like that. If it's a removal defense case, we can take it. And we will stand by everyone regardless of regardless of what they did on the worst day of their life, or what happened on the worst day of their life, or even wrongful convictions. But we'll be there to represent those people. And I feel like there's this huge intersection between the criminal justice system and the immigration carceral system, and to be able to bridge that gap as well, and not just with affirmative cases, but in removal defense cases, and to keep people in the country is just amazing. And I'm so glad that I'm able to do that every day. Lastly, we're giving community members an option. Like we said before, there are few nonprofits in the area. Money can be an issue, and choices can be an issue. I had a case where a friend of my mother, who found out that I was an attorney, because Latinx parents like to brag about their children. My sweet mother was bragging about me, and this friend came to me, or asked my mom for my number, and called me and said, "Hey, I have this attorney, but they're not helping me. They're making me do this on my own. They're making me do this on my own, and they're not explaining to me the process. Can you help me?" And so we went through the process of figuring out, what the issues were. We helped her, go through the process of explain to her that if she wants to switch attorneys, with the legal ethical pathway of switching attorneys and helping with the process, and I can gladly say that she's a legal permanent resident now. So I think it's amazing that we're giving people options. They don't have to choose an attorney. They don't have to have an attorney just because that's the only attorney they can have. There are other attorneys they can come to, people who understand them, who know the language, who know the culture, who know them personally, or who can stand up in front of an immigration judge or in front of USCIS and tell their story and help them succeed and get a fair chance at the American dream. And I think at the end of the day, that's what myself and my colleagues in the fellowship and my colleagues who are doing all this important work here in Equity on the Mall are all about. So that is my spiel on the Immigration Legal Resource Fellowship.
Thank you very much, Osvaldo. And thank you so much, Allison, also as well for your presentation. It really ties in greatly to Osvaldo's. And, because they've been great presentations, I'm sure, they've produced very interesting and great questions. So we invite, the audience to, note those questions. And we're going to have some time at the end reserved so you can ask them directly to the panelists. But thank you so much again, Osvaldo and Allison. We're going to transition now to our next two panelists. We're going to be speaking more about other immigration-related issues, some intersections that they may have with access to other safety net programs, and overall, the general experience of incorporating themselves and their community members into American society, specifically here in the San Joaquin Valley. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next two panelists, Hugo Morales and Oralia Maceda. Hugo Morales is the co-founder and executive director of Radio Bilingüe, a Fresno-based Latino public educational radio network with 25 stations in the Western U.S., and it is the leading producer of Spanish news and cultural programming in the U.S. public media. A Mixtec Indian from Oaxaca, Mexico, Hugo's work has been recognized with the MacArthur Foundation Fellowship, the Corporation of Public Broadcasting's Edward R. Murrow Award, the Lenin Foundation Cultural Freedom Prize, and a National Endowment for the Arts Heritage Fellowship. He is a trustee of the Rosenberg Foundation and past trustee of the California Endowment and the California State University System, among many others. And joining Hugo on this panel is Oralia Maceda. Oralia Maceda is a director of programs at Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena. She is Mixteco. She lives in Fresno and has over 28 years of experience in activism and civic engagement, all dedicated to helping advance social justice. So please join me in welcoming Oralia and Hugo to the stage, and we're happy to have you. Go ahead, Hugo.
Yeah, thank you. Muy buenos días. Good morning. Again, my name is Hugo Morales, and I'm the co-founder of Radio Bilingüe and also the executive director of Radio Bilingüe. And indígena, immigrant, former farm worker, child laborer, began working in the fields when I was 8 years old. And as Allison was referring to, there are assets in the San Joaquin Valley, and one of those assets is Radio Bilingüe. And I also want to say that I too want to brag about Osvaldo and Allison and also Oralia, and the rest of the partners here participating in this event. I think they're doing an incredible job in a geographical area that is challenged. About the people. So anyway, I want to brag about all of them. So Radio Bilingüe began as a project in 1976. And it was a community project, literally involving hundreds of local people here initially in the Fresno area. It included Joaquin Garambula's parents, Amy and Juan. So this was truly a project of immigrants, a project of farm worker. Juan Garambula himself was a child laborer, like myself as a child and as a teen. And we worked in the fields together. So Radio Bilingüe began broadcasting on July 4th, 1980, and broadcasting from San Joaquin County all the way to Kern. And is the only FM radio service, commercial or non-commercial, that can reach with one signal throughout the whole valley. And it is owned and controlled by the Latino community. And I also want to say that all of the producers of Radio Bilingüe content are immigrants themselves. And we also engage volunteers, including a team of 3 Indigena Mixtecas that take over the microphones on Sundays to engage in a conversation our Mixteco community in the U.S. and in Mexico, because we also broadcast into Mexico live during those Sundays shows in Mixteco. And it's a conversation, and it's about dealing with the issues at hand, the challenges, the dreams, and dedications that are across, and enjoying the traditional music of Chilenas and so on, that are so much part of our indigenous culture and way of life. I also want to point out too the importance of this asset, as Allison was referring to, in independent evaluations that we've done of Radio Bilingüe, particularly in the past 22 years. The latest one was done this year, where again it confirmed that our listeners turn to Radio Bilingüe because it's an honest and trustworthy platform. And that we also broadcast in a language that they understand, and that they share the information with their family, they act on the information, and they also share that information with friends. So that's really good, because we, the founders, that's what we were hoping for and envisioned, and it has really come to be, and for a community that is really in need. Radio Bilingüe reaches different segments of the immigrant community through traditional music, see mariachis, or, like I was saying, Chilenas and other indigenous music rooted in our community. And so, and we also use, short messages, PSAs, or live interactive interviews, where we invite our partners, including those that are in this panel or participating in this event. So in fact, it's a way for us to have a conversation with our audience live, and through use of short live interviews. Also, we open our microphones to our partners. Every one of our panelists here has been on Radio Bilingüe. And we consistently use these powerful airwaves to give the microphone to our nonprofit partners, as I was saying. In recent months, we've promoted immigrant assistant workshops from our partners, naturalization workshops from our partners, DACA assistance workshops from our partners, public charge information, including Allison has been on the air about that, and encouraging immigrants to use services they can legally use. And asylum proceedings, refugee rights, Title 42, naturalization services and workshops, applying for fee waivers for naturalization, taking the citizenship test in Spanish instead of English, and the qualifications for that. These are all topics of our partners provide through our airwaves. And also we produce some of these, messages. And among the other things that we do, we provide information to our immigrant community on COVID. Free testing is something that CBDIO and others we've been partnering with. Free testing, vaccines, regardless of the documentation. And also we are engaged in emergency preparedness information. It's about the fires, the drought, heat illness. Again, we have farm workers working in over 100-degree weather, and many have died. And so we want to make sure in the San Joaquin Valley, we want to make sure that they are protected. And also there's new laws that have been passed recently to protect the workers. So we want to make sure they know their rights, and we can reach them at their home, in the fields, in their cars, and wherever they may be. And I just also want to mention that our valued airwaves and content is now part of the Library of Congress, because Library of Congress has recognized the importance of this. So this was, again, one of the assets. I last want to I mention about a little bit about Civic, because Jesus Martinez could not participate this morning. And I want to say that Civic is, again, another one of those assets that was born over 10 years ago to be a collaborative of services, because, again, we, as Allison was referring to, we lack capacity in the legal area, but other areas in respect to services to immigrants. And so Civic, under the leadership of Jesus Martinez, is leading that effort. And in that, it includes more recently giving the capacity to immigrants to establish businesses and to manage the businesses. And then I just want to introduce Oralia Maceda from CDAO, who's an outstanding leader in our community, and originally from, I'm proudly saying, our state of Oaxaca. Oralia.
Gracias, Hugo. Gracias por también esta oportunidad de poder compartir lo que estamos haciendo como Centro Binacional. Y ya lo habían mencionado, yo soy Oralia Maceda, trabajo con Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño, y parte de nuestra misión del Centro Binacional es asegurar el bienestar de nuestras comunidades indígenas migrantes. Y por esta razón, ahorita estamos muy involucrados en apoyar la exclusión de los trabajadores, y más que se vio en esta pandemia, cómo fueron afectados los trabajadores en general, pero también en particular los trabajadores del campo. Y ahorita varios estudios han ayudado a pues a documentar lo que por años ya sabemos, ¿verdad?, que está pasando. Y ahorita nos referimos también al estudio que hizo UC Merced a través del centro de trabajadores que tiene. Y en este estudio, después de hablar con varios trabajadores, encontramos los resultados que hay 1 millón de trabajadores en California, o el 6% de trabajadores que son indocumentados. Y muchos de ellos son los trabajadores indocumentados, enfrentan los niveles mayores de inseguridad económica, o que los trabajadores del campo son los que pues ganan menos, tienen menos salario, y son las personas más afectadas, son las personas que no cuentan con un salario digno. Entonces, también ahorita lo que estamos viendo en este estudio, que 6 de cada 10 niños viven en hogares de trabajadores no ciudadanos, que viven con un salario bajo, es menos del salario mínimo que deberían, o el salario digno que deberían tener, ¿no? Entonces, esto es algo muy preocupante, es algo que debemos de poner atención, o que nuestros representantes deben poner atención a este problema que estamos viviendo. Y la siguiente. Entonces, ¿qué vamos a hacer? ¿Qué vamos a hacer o cómo vamos a abordar este problema? Este problema que excluye a los trabajadores de beneficios que pudieran obtener. Y es importante que abordemos este tema juntos, tanto nuestros representantes como las organizaciones, la gente de la comunidad, que abordemos este tema que es que excluye a los trabajadores que no cuentan con documentos. Y debemos Y es lo que estamos tratando de hacer. Y necesitamos abordar la exclusión racista que ha existido por mucho tiempo y que ha tenido un impacto económico devastador en las comunidades inmigrantes, en particular durante ahorita la pandemia de COVID-19, ¿no? Se vio toda esta exclusión que existe en derechos y servicios que necesitan nuestras comunidades. Y aunque a pesar de que el gobierno dijo que son trabajadores esenciales, en la práctica no vemos que hagan este reconocimiento. Sabemos que el gobierno durante este tiempo implementó programas que solamente tapaban un poquito este problema, pero que no son la solución y no resuelven el problema de fondo, ¿no? Entonces, es importante que nosotros nos unamos y podamos asegurar de que ya no exista esta exclusión. Entonces, ahorita lo que vemos es que para que California tenga una recuperación económica equitativa de la pandemia y construya un futuro económico resistente, debe poner fin a estas exclusiones históricas para los trabajadores indocumentados. ¿Cómo? A través de leyes que ayuden a que los trabajadores tengan estos beneficios, ¿no? Y ahorita en particular se está empujando la iniciativa de ley que es la AB 2847. Y esta ley ha sido presentada en la asamblea por el asambleísta Eduardo García. Y esta iniciativa de ley es una iniciativa muy importante porque viene de la comunidad. La comunidad de trabajadores de los diferentes sectores se han unido para poder asegurar que se incluya a los trabajadores indocumentados, a todos los trabajadores, para que tengan un beneficio de desempleo. Y esto ha sido un trabajo comunitario, quienes han decidido cómo quieren que sea esta ley, qué debería de tener esta ley. Y son las mismas personas de la comunidad quienes están trabajando todavía para asegurar que esta iniciativa de ley pase y se beneficien los trabajadores que están excluidos del seguro de desempleo. ¿Y qué haría este seguro de desempleo si es que llegara a pasar? Esto ayudaría a que las personas que no cuentan ahorita o que no pueden recibir el seguro de desempleo lo reciban y que sean $300 semanales los que puedan recibir cuando se queden sin desempleo y que sea por un mínimo de 20 semanas de recibir este beneficio. Esto se piensa como un plan piloto que iniciaría en el mes de enero del 2023 a diciembre 31 del 2023. Entonces, esta es una iniciativa o es una propuesta que la comunidad quiere que pase. ¿Y quiénes van a hacer todo este esfuerzo? La misma gente, ¿no? Pero queremos asegurar que nuestros representantes, los asambleístas, los senadores, sean conscientes de que para terminar la inequidad que existe, deben de poner atención y ver quiénes están quedando fuera, que son los trabajadores sin documentos y son quienes han aportado mucho durante todo el tiempo, pero más ahorita en la pandemia. ¿Por qué? Porque son los únicos que podían seguir trabajando, porque no tenían el privilegio de quedarse en casa sin trabajar y sin poder recibir ningún beneficio, tanto del gobierno estatal como del gobierno federal. A pesar de que hubo pequeños programas, esos programas no fueron ni son la solución al grave problema que existe ahorita. ¿Qué vamos a hacer para terminar con esta exclusión? Asegurar que los trabajadores tengan un salario digno, un salario digno que puedan vivir y que puedan sobrevivir una pandemia o un desastre cuando ocurran en el estado o en el país. Entonces, ¿qué más podemos hacer? Asegurar que todos tengamos derechos como seres humanos que somos y que vivimos en este estado, en este país. Entonces, solamente de esta manera vamos a poder demostrar, o el gobierno va a poder demostrar que realmente los trabajadores son esenciales y que los trabajadores inmigrantes aportan todo su esfuerzo y son importantes para la economía de este estado, y no solamente para la economía, sino también como comunidades indígenas migrantes. También vemos que aportamos mucho al país, al estado, al lugar donde vivimos, con nuestra riqueza cultural, y hacemos de este estado un estado fuerte en su economía, un estado multicultural y plurilingüe, porque traemos nuestras lenguas y todo lo que tenemos. Entonces, ¿qué pueden hacer ahorita los legisladores? Asegurar que todos los trabajadores tengan los beneficios que necesitan como trabajadores, como seres humanos. Entonces, eso es lo que nosotros estamos también como Centro Binacional asegurando, de terminar esa exclusión racista que existe en este momento. Y yo creo que eso sería todo lo que puedo compartir ahorita. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Oralia. And also thank you very much, Hugo, for your guys' joint presentation. And thank you to all the panelists as well that preceded Hugo and Oralia. And we have a few minutes left for questions. I want to open up this space in case, there are any questions from the audience that came in or from partners, and I'd like to, give at least four minutes for that before we transition on to another great panel that's going to the Health Subcommittee, who's going to be taking on the discussion on the crossover of immigration and healthcare and other public and earned benefits during their panel. So I do want to open this up for any questions or comments the audience may have. One question that we received frequently is we see this administration and at the state level expanding certain public benefits and certain earned benefits, right? For example, the Medi-Cal expansion, and we see other efforts to expand things like unemployment insurance for undocumented workers. And a lot of people ask, are undocumented individuals, should they be worrying about, participating in any of these benefits? We know there were a lot of public charge reforms in the past, but right now, as it stands, should undocumented workers be concerned if they were to need to participate on Medi-Cal, for example, or in the future if they are eligible to participate in an earned benefit like unemployment insurance. Alison, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Eduardo. This continues to be a big concern in the community, and I think it's really important to clarify that there was a change on what's called the public charge rule under the Trump administration that was really like a wealth test for immigrant families who were trying to get a green card through a relative. That strict public charge test has been revoked. It was revoked last March 2021 by the Biden administration. So that very strict public charge rule no longer exists. Unfortunately, the fear it instilled is still very present for people. And I think we need to continue to get the message out that, especially in the state of California, it is safe for immigrants to access any benefits and services they are eligible for. And I'm particularly concerned about Medi-Cal right now. People are eligible to get emergency Medi-Cal, Medi-Cal for pregnant people, Medi-Cal for people under the age of 26, and now for people age 50 and over, regardless of their immigration status. We really want to see people take advantage of those opportunities and not let public charge have the chilling effect it has had. So we really want to encourage people to get the benefits they need and have the right to access and receive.
Wonderful. Thank you, Allison. And another question we came in is, it says, with California's historic surplus, what is your hope for the San Joaquin Valley to receive those more dollars to support the immigration work you all are described during your presentations today? Anybody want to take that on? Okay.
I'd be willing to speak to a piece of that. I don't know.
Yeah, please go ahead, Osvaldo.
I think, like my colleague Allison mentioned earlier, our fellowship is only funded for 2 years, and we just got refunded, but not fully, for a third year. I'd like to see more people like me in the area, more people, Central Valley, born and raised, come back and have these opportunities that I've had. I don't want to just stop here. I want more immigration services for the people of the Central Valley. So it's a huge step that we got this fellowship, that the people before me who got this fellowship off the ground and funded, and and we're doing the work now. So I'd like to see that continued and expanded so that people can get access to direct services and legal services in the Valley.
Yeah, this is Hugo. I think a lot of it is around access to resources. That's why I think one of the key things that has really helped has been the Sierra Health Foundation in the center, because that has really expanded opportunities beyond what the state is providing, so that there'd be more support for the services that immigrants need. And also, not only has the Sierra Health Foundation been able to leverage that, but also they've encouraged other foundations to come in and help the nonprofits here. So a lot of it, from my vantage point, is around access to resources. So we do have folks like Allison and Osvaldo, who are from here, stay here to be able to help immigrants. And I'm really proud of those two.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Hugo and Osvaldo and Allison, for tackling on those questions. And this brings us to the top of the hour. But I do want to invite you, to continue this conversation later today. The San Joaquin Valley Health Fund will share some details about upcoming town halls that we're going to be engaging in the rest of 2022. So we invite you to stay tuned for that. And we also invite you to please stay tuned for our next panel, which is going to be the Health Subcommittee. They have an excellent presentation that's going to pick up a little bit on this crossover of immigration and health and public benefits and earned benefits, and some of the messaging and opportunities we have there as well. So thank you, everyone, on this panel today, and I'll hand it off to you, Sergio.
Thanks, Eduardo, and thank you, Immigration Subcommittee, for the great information and amazing presentation. And as Eduardo said, again, and we talked about before the last couple of days, this work isn't done in silos. Our communities and residents don't face these issues in silos. So we must also then be working at the intersections of all these issues. And again, as Eduardo talked about, our next presentation by the Health Committee, we'll start to speak about the intersection of health and immigration, and thinking about plans for like Health for All. So I want to thank again the Immigration Subcommittee for a beautiful presentation. Again, our next IHEAL Subcommittee presentation is from the Health Subcommittee. Advocates and community leaders will highlight COVID-19, Health for All, women's health, and privacy, and then public health issues and mental health issues as well, followed by community stories that will help kind of drive the reality of this work home. This will be an interactive session, so be ready. Again, I will say, if you want to take advantage of the polls and interpreter services that we have here in Hopin, so you can register now at www.equityonthemall.org and click on the register now to get the link for Hopin to be able to join in on all that's going to happen in the next couple of hours. So again, Health Committee, I'm going to ask you to come to the stage and I'll turn the mic over to you.
Hello, I'm Congressman Jim Costa, and it is so apparent, I think, to so many of us after this horrific pandemic that healthcare is one of the most important issues that we have to deal with. In our valley, we have a shortage of physicians and nurses. That's why I'm working to build a medical school here in our valley using state and federal funding, combined with UC Merced, UCSF, medical education effort, and our other resources here in the valley. But not only do we have a physician shortage, we have a nursing shortage as well. That's why I was able to provide almost $500,000 working with Fresno City College's nursing program and Fresno State's nursing program to enhance their efforts to train more nurses, which we so much need in all of our healthcare facilities, our hospitals, our clinics. Clearly, more physicians, more nurses, and having the educational capacity to have a full-fledged medical school and to improve our nursing programs that we already have in our community colleges in Fresno State is absolutely essential to improving the quality of healthcare for the people in the San Joaquin Valley.
Thank you again. So that was a short video from Congressman Jim Costa, who was able to send us a video leading up to the work that he's been doing around health care issue here in the San Joaquin Valley. We're appreciative of the video, and it's a great way to start our session and conversation around health. And so I want to now welcome Elena Espejo and our subcommittee for health to join us today to elaborate more on the health issues that we see from the community perspective from the San Joaquin Valley and some of the solutions that our community partners are working on as well. Health Committee?
Yes, this is Perfecto Munoz, and I want to thank everyone who is here. We have a great panel and on the discussion on health. As you know, health is really a serious issue within the Central Valley. The number of docs and nurses, as we reported by our congressman, indicates that there is a great need to not only train docs, but increase the pipeline in order to enter into the health profession from K to the UC systems or into the School of Nursing at the different state colleges and university. With that, I have the privilege of introducing a great panel of individuals, and each of them will give you a presentation on different subject matters that relate to health, and some of you may even get a quiz. And so this would be a good time to have your pencils and papers ready, because there's an event that I think you'll enjoy. And with that, I would like to introduce our first panelist. Her name is Nora Zaragoza Yanes, and she is a proud daughter of a Mexican immigrant family from the state of Michoacan. She and her family labored in the fields in Merced. She is well recognized on the issues of immigration and education and how these issues are essential. And she has a real breadth of skills and talents that she really brings to this group in terms of the subcommittee. And with that, I would like to go ahead and introduce Nora, and she's going to talk about her Jeopardy. Nora?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So Nora Zaragoza Yanez. I am the Health Services Manager at the Education and Leadership Foundation, or some of you guys might know it as ELF. And so currently, if we can just pop up some of the questions just to kind of get everything started. And we'll start off with a COVID question, because it seems the pandemic does not want to, leave us. So let's go ahead and just start off with just like a little warm up. So can anyone tell me what is another name for COVID-19? It goes by various names, I'm sure. Some of them funny, some of them sound a little scary, but if you guys are more than welcome to chime in on the chat, or if the poll is live, you guys can go ahead and do your thing. Okay, well, I do see that the poll is, there's a couple of questions. So that one isn't really on there. We can go ahead and get started with, okay, SARS. Thank you, Margaret. Anyone else? The Rona, yes, for sure. Corona, the vid, yes. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. And let's go with the next question. I definitely would like people to stay as far away from me as possible, but what is the recommended feet or distance that individuals should actually stay away from each other? I've heard 6 feet. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 6 feet at least. And let's go ahead and I'm going to hit you guys with a reproductive health question. So, what is, briefly, if you guys know, when was abortion made legal in the United States? You know that abortion is a big and very heated topic for discussion, but nonetheless, it is definitely something that that does need to be discussed because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that individuals feel empowered in making the decisions, and that individuals, are left obviously to make that decision. So I have seen in the chat, someone put 1976, another individual said 1973 or 1974. The correct answer, 1973. So thank you, Sonia. And we'll go with one more. One more question. So there was an independent poll conducted here in the Central Valley. And a lot of individuals actually, support safe and legal access to abortions. So do any of you guys, ballpark have an inclination of what percentage of people here in the Central Valley support legal and safe abortions? And I think that number might surprise most of you guys, considering that here in the Central Valley, as far as political atmosphere, tends to be a little bit more conservative, more reserved. But like I said, take a wild guess, and you'll be surprised. Actually, 77% of people surveyed fully support a legal safe abortions here in the Central Valley. Thank you, Joseph. Yes, 73%. That was pretty close. Perfect. Do we have time for one more question? Okay, let's go with a mental, well, it's not necessarily a mental health question, but more of just like a general, did you know? So the Mental Health Student Services Act, it was an act that was passed in 2019, and this act promotes partnerships between a county's mental health or behavioral health department and school districts, charter schools, and the county's Office of Education. And so there was a one-time funding of $40 million and an ongoing funding of $10 million for partnerships, continued partnerships between the county's behavioral health departments and schools. And, given the climate that we are in, this is definitely money that I would, as a parent, I would definitely encourage all of you to, I don't even want to use the term demand, but perhaps encourage your school to see what exactly they are doing, what types of mental health services and resources they're offering for the students. And with that, I will pass it on to Perfecto, Eileen, and Noe.
Thank you very much, Nora. Yeah, there's what we were trying to do there is to give you an opportunity to think what other aspects of how we should be looking at health. This is not a quiz of not knowing what you should know. It's a question of how do we get this information out in the community? Because the immigrant community has many challenges, and we just need to find out what is it that we need to do for them. In other words, asking them the question, what is it that you need? And I think that these are the core principles of what we're trying to do with the Health Committee. I would like to introduce our second panelist. His name is Noe Paramo. Noe Paramo is a staff member of the California Rural Assistance Foundation, and as a project director and legislative advocate. He's been in that role for 15 years, and he works, and his office is in Modesto, California. He served on many different organizations, nonprofits, and addressing issues of access to care, social justice. And in 2021, Congressman Harder presented Noe with a certificate of congressional recognition for the Central Valley Leadership Award. He is from a immigrant and farm worker family. And with that, I would like to introduce Noe Paramo.
Thank you, Perfecto. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Buenos dias. As we hit the noon hour, we've had 2 days of very, very good presentations, information, education, and action work that's going on in the Valley. So as we now look at the health priority issues for the San Joaquin Valley, it's part of the iHeal platform. We will hit some of the priority areas that we're addressing. And next slide, please. Thank you. As an introduction to the Health Subcommittee, we have our co-chairs, Nora Alejandra Zaragoza Inez, as she just welcomed you with the game of Jeopardy, so that we wanted to be interactive and allow you to participate and think as well on these hard-hitting issues that are impacting our community. And just to comment on these, so COVID-19, we know the last 2 years has really hurt us and impacted our immigrant community. And so those are critical questions. And as we still are going to Equity on the Mall in a virtual setting, we know that's why it's important to know. Then on reproductive health, that is happening, will happen next month as the Supreme Court gets ready to issue a decision on Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, which will have drastic impact on the constitutional right of women's right to choose and right to have an abortion, which may reverse Roe v. Wade, long-standing case, as the question was asked. And what's that mean to the Central Valley is that can have a drastic impact on our communities of color, low-income women. And as we know, the questions are around who's looking at that. We know what these surveys show, that we are supportive. So as these issues, cross-cutting issues emerge, we're adopting and pivoting our policy agenda. And the last aspect was also on mental health. And we know the stress is impacting our communities from COVID-19 and then the other issues. Just to acknowledge, our presentation was put together by Elena Espejo with Children Now, Perfecto Munoz acting as MC with West Modesto Community Collaborative, Margarita Santiago Vázquez with Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueña, and myself and others. Just a little glimpse as to Socorro Santillan and Pam Whalen. Thank you. So a little glimpse of who the Health Subcommittee members are, and we represent a wide, diverse group throughout the San Joaquin Valley, and you see them there on the screen. So we acknowledge their participation, their work and leadership on health issues in the Central Valley. Thank you. Next slide. We've established a vision, and this vision is part of our iHeal platform. And now we're into the second year of this iHeal platform as it relates to the Health Policy Subcommittee. And our vision remains strong to strengthen California's commitment to and momentum toward increased access to high quality, affordable, culturally and linguistically appropriate physical and behavioral health services, regardless of race, ethnicity, immigration, status, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, or other social, economic, and demographic factors, so that every Californian has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you. Next slide. And here are our key platform priorities for 2022 and the pathways. Number one is to address health disparities at the local, regional, state, and federal levels. We stand united in our call to support federal efforts and comprehensive immigration reform with pathways to citizenship and eligibility for federal benefits. And as we saw and advocated with our immigration partners to bring comprehensive immigration reform at the federal level, unfortunately, it fell short. There was an effort to get the Senate parliamentarian to fund immigration reform. It did not happen. That will not cease. We see that as the critical pathway to eliminate barriers for our immigrant communities, particularly our undocumented, so they can access benefits that have been talked about from our partners, anywhere from Medi-Cal to food stamps to sick leave, etc. We strive to educate our immigrant community on current status of the public charge regulations and encourage participation in health and nutrition programs. And as our immigration partners transition, we understand what the public charge rule is, what it is not, and we know that we need to continue to educate our community so that they can access these vital programs. And then finally, expand investments and eligibility in the Medi-Cal program to close the healthcare gap for all uninsured residents and seniors. And so this is a multi-pronged aspect here. This is our key priority area, is to expand Medi-Cal to eligible undocumented immigrants. We know that 18 and under children have been eligible for a couple of years. The expansion happened for young adults from 19 to 26. And just this year, May of 2022, we saw 50 and over expansion, and that effort is underway to educate and inform and enroll our seniors over 50, regardless of immigration status, undocumented, into the program. This is where the outreach around public charge is critical. Now we see in the governor's budget, and we also see, this has just emerged yesterday in the legislative joint budget for the Senate and the Assembly, that they concur on expanding Medi-Cal to the 26 to 49 years of age. Now, the question will be, when will that happen? It is soon as the summer, possibly, but no later than January of 2024. So we know that as of January 2024, all immigrants that are eligible, undocumented, from children to seniors, will be eligible for Medi-Cal. This is truly historic. It's never happened. It's just another step on the way to comprehensive insurance for everybody. Now, does this mean that we will cover everyone? Well, there'll still be gaps, and we will also continue to work through our work with our partners to close those gaps so that everyone has access to health care. And so health for all. So thank you. And we, at this point, we will introduce a testimony from one of our residents. If we can cue that up.
Hola,
Video.
mi nombre es Guadalupe Ramírez, vivo aquí en Fresno, en California. Soy originaria de Tlapa, Guerrero. Yo hablo mixteco. Hoy quiero compartir mi historia acerca de acceso a la salud. Tengo 34 años y no soy elegible para ninguna ayuda, especialmente al acceso a Medi-Cal por mi estatus migratorio. Yo soy una de las tantas personas que quedaron afuera de la expansión de Medi-Cal en California. Yo soy una trabajadora del campo y para ir al doctor tengo que pagar todo de mis propios bolsillos. Y con lo que gano en el campo no me alcanza para cubrir mis gastos médicos. Muchas veces tengo que decidir entre mi salud y el bienestar de mi familia, como comprar alimento antes de hacer gasto médico. Ya es hora que California dé Medi-Cal completo a todos los californianos sin importar su estatus migratorio y edad. Hoy pedimos el apoyo del gobernador asambleísta para que pase una legislación a que todos los californianos tengan Medi-Cal completo. Gracias.
Thank you for that testimony. We are there, very close. The final budget comes June 15th. We will see that funds to close the gap on expanding Medi-Cal to undocumented. The next will be the implementation as by January 1, 2024. It could come sooner, and we'll see. So next slide, please. Also, to ensure the equitable distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines and other relief resources to the communities and populations hardest hit by COVID-19, regardless of immigration status. And COVID-19, and we've been listening to the stories from our other partners and the other iHeal platforms that work around COVID. This is also very critical to health and access to health. The state has a program, California Presumptive Eligibility Program, to access health coverage and treatment you hit with COVID-19, regardless of status. Now, as we're going from a pandemic to endemic, the state still recognizes this need. We recognize this need foremost in the Central Valley, where we had some of the highest rates of impact and also deaths. than other communities, particularly around our communities of color. And as we're looking at, so what are these resources? And who eloquently in the immigration panel says, looking at resources, we now see that both the governor and also the legislature and their joint policy is that additional funding for COVID-19 outreach totaling $230 million will be forthcoming in the 22-23 year. That's a good chunk of money. Is it enough? We'll see. But this is where our work at the local level with our partners needs to make sure that money is implemented correctly. It gets to our most marginalized communities, and that we then work with each other and our community-based organizations to make that, continue to make that happen. Next slide, please. Ensure that youth and adults are able to access behavioral health supports necessary as a result of the public health emergency. And that's very critical. We've heard about mental health and stress issues. And one of the things that we're also looking at as we look at what's happening in the budget, and I raised this because that's happening now. Our platform has identified these key areas, and we're seeing the allocation of resources from the governor's office and the legislature, and where our needs are met and where they're going to be lacking that we will need to be more offensive or defensive on going forward. So we know two things. There's going to be a behavioral health bridge housing money totaling $1.5 billion over the next 2 years. And also that youth suicide prevention and behavioral health funds at the total amount of $290 million. And so we need to assure that that money is implemented locally in an equitable and just manner. So another amount of money we need to track and work with our community-based organizations to ensure that it really meets our needs. And next slide, please. Support policies will address food security issues experienced by families and individuals as a result of the public health emergency. And we saw during this COVID-19 pandemic the need for food assistance. And that has not gone unheard, but there's still more work to be done. And we know that there's going to be funding in the budget and also to provide food assistance. Now, is this going to be enough? We'll wait and see. But one thing for sure we know is the amounts of money. Let me bring that up. And three areas: universal school meals. Funding will be provided through the governor's budget to reimburse rates for school meals under the state's new universal school meals program. That's good for our kids. We need to pay attention to that, particularly those school districts and our education committee partners, those advocating for quality nutrition meals at schools. Facilitating food access for all, $35.2 million, and that is increased to $113.4 million. Now, and that's to expand the California Food Access Program. That's good. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for the program, and it's going to be expanded to the 55 and over. That's great. However, there's still a gap. 55 and under are not eligible at the moment. So we're seeing these funds coming out. So there's still more work to be done. Nutrition and hunger, $62 million for 2022, 2023, of which $52 million will go to California food banks. So on top of that, there's going to be another funds that also would go address food access for Native American communities in the total amount of $5 million. So the need for our undocumented communities to access food assistance is critical. There's still more work to be done. Again, we're being offensive, but we're also playing defensive, not to take anything out. And we'll see what the final budget has for us in food nutrition come June 15th. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you for listening and supporting our work. Our health policy platform, you've got a area of a priority that we're working on and also adjusting to and pivoting as this work emerges across the valley. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back to Perfecto.
Thank you, Noel. It was a great presentation. It gives you a group of those of you who are listening and seeing this presentation an opportunity to see the kinds of things that are out there that need to be continually addressed. And there are going to be an opportunity for question and answers. But at this, I would like to introduce Elaine with Children Now in terms of her involvement with the Health Committee. Elaine?
Hi, thanks, Perfecto. So I think you all met me yesterday, or for those of you who were at the opening yesterday. So I have the pleasure of co-chairing the overall policy committee with Noe Paramo, and I'm also a member of the health subcommittee, so helped in putting this presentation together. At Children Now, we've been really tracking what's been happening with all of the children in the state that are enrolled in Medi-Cal. So we're super concerned about not just coverage, because coverage is one part of the puzzle. It's also about access to services that children enrolled in Medi-Cal are entitled to. So we've been tracking, as Noe so eloquently referred to in the budget, there are a number of proposals that both the Senate and the Assembly had reached that joint agreement on yesterday. And the things that we're tracking and we're really pleased to see were the proposals to expand continuous Medi-Cal coverage for children ages 0 to 5 years old, because we know that there are often problems when the children in this age group might fall off of coverage for whatever reason. And so just the idea that families don't have to worry about their youngest children being unintentionally kicked off or just not enrolled in Medi-Cal is a huge security for these families. And then the other thing that we're also tracking is the elimination of premiums and co-payments for children who are enrolled in Medi-Cal. This also includes the elimination of premiums and co-payments for pregnant people and for disabled adults. So we are very thankful for the Senate and the Assembly for recognizing that these are essential coverage benefits that need to be met. And then at the same time, as we've been talking about, making sure that coverage actually results in the health benefits and the services that these populations so desperately need, and were further exacerbated by the public health emergency. The only thing I also wanted to touch on, I know when Sergio introduced me, he talked about all the oral health work that Children Now works on. We are working in partnership with a number of local health departments in the Central Valley that have created local oral health strategic plans to address the oral health of all the residents in their communities. And so that's something that we continue to do to just make sure that the local oral health programs that have received funding from the State Office of Oral Health to create and implement these oral health programs are leveraging, building partnership, building community, and also engaging in policy advocacy where it's needed, either through legislation or maybe it's through talking with the agencies that oversee Medi-Cal, just trying to lift up and share stories of how it might be really difficult to find a provider, for example, or understanding where a school might be offering screening services. All those things are the other things that we want to lift up. So that's, I think, basically all I wanted to offer for this in conclusion of the presentation that Noe shared. Perfecto.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. It's always good to hear what Children Now are doing, because they play an intimate role in advocating for children and ensuring that they receive the best care statewide. The vulnerable population in California, specifically among children, is very daunting. And many of these children during the period of the pandemic suffered dramatically because of the trauma when a family member passed away, or what's going to happen to my mom or dad if something happens to them. Where am I going to go? Who's going to take care of me? These are the kinds of things that we really have seen during the pandemic period, and even post-pandemic. We still see families coming in. One of the questions that has been asked is about the essential workers, and that's a two-part question. One from the chat, and one that I would like to mention too. is that the essential workers show up during the pandemic, meaning the roles of providers, the nurses, the docs, and what more can we be doing for them in order to provide their support for essential workers during this period of time, especially with the mental health, the scene of death on a daily basis. And so I would like to put that out to the panel. And maybe Noe, maybe you might want to take that on, or Elaine, or Nora. So whoever wants to take that question on, and then I'll have the second question. Nope.
I can answer just part of the question in regards to what it is that we can do as far as mental health, physical or emotional ways of support. For sure, mental health. I think if there are businesses or organizations that do not have a relationship with their with mental health providers, that it would be a really good time, if they haven't done so, to reach out to them and really invest in their health workers, because that obviously shows that you genuinely care for them, and that you acknowledge that they are, they're at the front line and they're doing everything that they can. And sometimes we just need someone just to listen to us, and that is not going to offer any biased opinion or any judgmental opinion. I mean, and that's, again, what mental health care providers are there for. And I think that that's an untapped service that we need to start tapping into, and we really need to invest in that. As far as other things that we need to do for healthcare workers, give them time to additional time to, whether it is they're recovering because they had COVID, or because they're dealing with, or they're taking care of another family member. I understand that there's already laws in place to do that, but 80 hours in total doesn't really cover it. And I understand that it might smaller organizations might be impacted by it, but I mean, just truly investing in your workers in general will definitely it says a lot. It speaks volumes.
Thank you, Nora. Perfecto. I'll just add, specific to farm workers, one of the areas we focused on during the pandemic was prioritizing the farm workers get vaccinations. So then also to get benefits. And through our staff, when we conducted webinars and we trained the promotoras where we could in the community, so that they're informed of what rights workers have and where they can reach out for consults. And we're also worked with UC Davis and Perfecto with the West Modesto, Hugo at Radio Bilingüe, Oralia at CBDIO, through the Orale testing project. And where the van came out to the fields and tested farm workers, then did more wraparound services to connect them to resources such as mental health, and also what other funds or resources each county had. The third area is farm worker health study that's going on at UC Merced, and we're collaborating with them. We have not had a updated farm worker health study in 20 years. And this study is happening during the pandemic, and a section of that study is going to focus on the pandemic, and farm workers are interviewed. We're going to get that results of those interviews that address these broad questions, including mental health, physical health. And we will see from that data where we can really hone more policies to target the needs of our farm workers in those specific areas. And we hope to have that sometime this summer, as it needs to go back to the legislature. Thank you for that question. Very, very good one.
And Perfecto, I just had one more thing to add on to this question. I also I think this came up during yesterday's afternoon presentation, and just recognizing the essential role of childcare workers, and the enormous stress that they have experienced. Some had to close their doors because of the attendance drops both in K-12 and for preschool and just family childcare homes in general. So there are a number of things that are going on right now, both with the state budget in terms of ensuring that childcare workers are seen as essential workers in terms of the services that they provide to keep California working, to support the families that are ready to go back to work but need that essential childcare service to be provided. So just wanted to recognize, I think what I would love to see in health, just generally and across the board, is the broadening out of what do we mean by health for health for all, like health for everyone that's providing health, health for everyone that is helping families feel less stressed, health for just everything that keeps our communities working together and feeling whole about what they're doing.
Okay, thank you. And those are the topics that we need to continuously ask ourselves, because the pandemic is not over. We're having a down decline, but yet we're also seeing a uptake in the number of the current virus that is spreading in California and across the country. The other question I have for the group is, we talk about health access and the essential of services, but what is it that we need to do more for those rural communities, small rural communities in the Central Valley who have limited access to services? In some cases, they may have to drive an hour just to get to a emergency room or to a physician. What kinds of things should the state be looking at, and what do you think you would, if you had to recommend to the governor, what would you recommend? And this is open to the group.
How much time do we have? I will just quickly offer, and I think I've heard this before during the past 2 days, telehealth is huge for rural communities and other parts of the state where access just isn't there. This is recognizing the dearth of providers who enroll in Medi-Cal for a host of reasons, but really trying to leverage the workforce that currently exists and leveraging the technology, which also loops in with the digital divide, because you will need to make sure that there's the adequate access. So trying to show the intersectionality between all the different things that the iHealth policy platform tries to address. Bringing care to where the people are is part of the triple aim or quadruple aim, I think, at this point, right? So bringing care to people are identifying those culturally competent cultural workers who have cultural humility, to be able to identify what do they need in their workforce in order to deliver the services in the way that need to be delivered. And I would also offer, it would be amazing to make sure that the agencies that are in charge of the contracts to the Medi-Cal managed care plans and others that are receiving money to deliver these services are truly held accountable for health outcomes. So not so much from where I sit in terms of making sure a service was delivered, but was that child or that adult or that person, were they healthier because of the very service that was provided? Did we keep them out of an emergency room? Did we keep them out of needing to travel all those hundreds of miles to find a specialist if we were really pushing prevention? I think all of those things would be amazing if we were able to truly get on that track and get more voices involved to demand that we all understand prevention is so much cheaper than having to go in for restorative services. So how can we really prioritize prevention and make sure that we're delivering that care in a way that is culturally competent?
Noe or Nora, do you have a comment?
Oh, for sure. Oh my gosh, where do I begin, Eileen? But one thing that I can add as far as being culturally competent in offering, healthcare services is obviously knowing your community, recognizing that the majority of individuals that live here in the Central Valley are farm workers. And so these services have to extend their hours of operation to be mindful that an individual is going to come home from work, from a long day of work in the fields, 5, 6, even 7 o'clock at night sometimes. And so though it might not be beneficial to say like the clinic or the healthcare provider, it's a disservice to not extend your hours of operation to see these individuals. And even if you don't want to extend them during the week, open up during the weekend, hire additional staff. I mean, those are just the things that at least I like to continuously, champion, the clinics and the other healthcare providers that my current CBO, helps in making sure that individuals actually do have access to these services. That's about it.
I would affirm Eileen's and Nora's comments. Very critical for access in our rural, isolated farm worker communities. These issues of transportation, care, prevention, intervention, telehealth, the digital divide. And as we see, and I go back to the budget because this is what's happening now, is there's the surplus. And we see the governor and the legislature putting this funding in. And there's going to be a deal done. Now that funding is going to be on the table. What do we do with that funding to get it to our rural communities? And 2 pots of money, one I talked about was the COVID money, but another pot of money that's going to come out, it's called, here it is. Office of Community Partnerships and Strategic Communications. It's a new office that's being created under the Office of Planning and Research, $65 million that will engage community-based organizations. This is to fund the community-based organizations in those greatest health and social inequity areas, so rural areas. Now, that's what's important. Fund our community-based organizations. Now, how do we implement it, how we see it, how it meets the needs of our residents is going to be critical. On the other end is, here we are, $300 million to the public health infrastructure. And this is to invest in our local health departments in the San Joaquin Valley. They've been under-resourced. Now when you're going to bring this money in, we make sure that that money gets to our communities and also partner with our community-based organization. So there's opportunities, but there's needs and challenges. And as we know, it's working with governments and institutions, it's not always that easy, but working with our residents to tell them what they need, we can get improved access for care and coverage.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah.
All right. I'm not sure how much time we have, but I'll keep going. I have one other question, and then but this one has to do with what the congressman had to say in terms of trying to build a medical school either at UCSF Fresno campus or UC Merced. What is the role of community or community-based organizations to working with those critical decision-making about how we develop the infrastructure and the pathway to increase the number of bilingual Hispanic providers within or any other group, ethnic group, into the health profession. What is it that you see the community's role or the community-based organizations? It's a question I don't know if anyone can answer, so I just thought I'd throw it out.
I will gladly answer that question. Perfecto, thank you. So as a health services manager here at my CBO, one of the things that I see for sure is that CBOs are definitely left out, especially in in the area of health, just because we don't have clinical licensures or degrees that doctors have. But that doesn't mean that we can't help an individual make sure that they're actually following through their doctor's orders, making sure that they know what resources or services are available to them. One of the things that one of the pilot programs that I would definitely want to start doing, given funding, would be having this referral system where it's like, okay, and then we as CBOs can handhold or walk through with with the patient and making sure that, okay, if my doctor stated that I need this type of medication, or that I need to properly account for the times that I need to take my pills, actually have a community health worker from a CBO sit down with them and go through what it means to follow a regimen. And it could be as simple as them coming every single day and making sure that they're checking off on their list, like, oh, did you take this medication? Oh, make sure that you don't that there are any medical or medication interactions, or if you need help, or if you actually need a ride to your next doctor appointment, we can definitely facilitate that, and we will definitely help interpret anything and translate anything that you need. So that is a role that I see CBOs definitely playing, because like I said, a lot of the time our community members aren't English speaking, and so sometimes the translators or the interpreters that are offered, sometimes the services aren't as reliable, and so I want to make sure that they have a wholesome they have a comprehensive health service that's available to them. So that's what I definitely see, and I recognize again that we're not trying to say that we could take care of the clinical stuff. Any non-clinical things that we can take off of the plate of an already exhausted healthcare force, we would gladly do that for them.
Okay.
Hi, Perfecto. I know we're getting close to the end of our time here. I just wanted to offer that there is a community health worker benefit that's going to go live starting in July that will allow for community health workers to get reimbursed for certain services that are provided. So that would include, things like education, helping with just navigating the system. I do want to also make sure that people are aware that the Department of Healthcare Services has been working on putting together a guidance document for the managed care plans and for community-based organizations that either hire or train the community health workers. And it's critical that we make sure that guidance document reflects the community health workers that are providing these services. And the only other thing I'll add is with the CalAIM initiative, there are a number of provisions within CalAIM that require the Medi-Cal managed care plans to be working in partnership with community-based organizations to figure out how are they delivering, again, this care, enhanced care management, helping provide the transportation services, all of those things that, again, that we just need to make sure as a community of stakeholders that are concerned with health, that what is being put on paper is accurately being delivered. It's one thing to be on paper and another thing to be implemented.
Yeah, and I agree with them. Those are critical discussion points that need to be addressed in terms of the CalAIM, because we've been experiencing it, but we don't understand how the process is going to continue or how it plays out. With that, we are finished. We need to. I would like to thank the panel. They did an excellent job, all three of you, and I turn it over to Sergio Cuellar, and he will introduce the next group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Perfecto, and the Health Subcommittee. That was a very, very informative and interactive session. We appreciate it. Thank you, Health Subcommittee. Again, our next presentation comes from our Environmental Justice Subcommittee. Before we jump into that, we have a couple of minutes. I just want to make sure that folks are staying hydrated and making sure you're stretching. I need to take a big stretch, so I'm gonna just kind of stretch out a little bit, make sure we get some movement and get some energy as we kind of get to our final presentation today. So take some time for yourself today, during the presentations, before the presentations, to take in some deep breaths, right? Make sure you get the oxygen in, make sure you're taking care of yourself and your bodies. It's been a long 2 days, but I really, really appreciate you all being here with us and learning with us and engaging with us. So thank you for that. I now want to go ahead and move into our next subcommittee panel, which is, again, the Health Subcommittee. our next presentation. This policy brief will focus on the impacts and risks associated with engineered carbon capture and storage projects, with the focus on currently proposed projects in the San Joaquin Valley. This will be followed up by a discussion of just climate solutions, including direct emissions reduction strategies and carbon sequestration on natural and working lands. So it's my pleasure to bring to the stage next the Environmental Justice Subcommittee for the iHeal platform. And I'll turn it over now to Nayameen Martinez of the Central California Environmental Justice Network. Welcome, Nayameen.
For me to be here joining this wonderful team of community organizations that are part of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund. On behalf of the Environmental Justice Subcommittee of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund, I want to welcome you to this policy briefing. It is a pleasure for us to present to you an opportunity to learn and engage in a discussion about what are the community visions of climate justice in the San Joaquin Valley. And to set up us in the right path, it is my pleasure to introduce you Sarah Sharp. She will be giving us some opening remarks. Sarah is representing the Environmental Protection Agency, Region 9, but more important, Sarah is a long-time friend and EJ advocate. So with that, please, Sarah.
Naomi, it looks like Sarah's having a little bit of internet issues on her end of it, so we're going to be working with her to get those up. If we want to go ahead and maybe move into the program, we can then bring Sarah up on when we get her back up on screen.
Wonderful. Our apologies. Technology could be your best friend or your worst enemy. So
absolutely.
There's
Sarah.
Just in time. She was waiting. She wanted to do a splash presentation.
Yes. Welcome, Sarah.
Sorry, I apologize. I don't know what's going on with my internet. I'm actually using a hotspot, so can you still hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Sarah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay,
Sarah, if you can hear me and you could mute your camera and just share your audio, that might be helpful. Try to speak now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Well, that's no fun, but good. Thanks, Nayameen. I don't know if you introduced me. I guess you did. First of all, I want to send greetings from our regional administrator for EPA, Martha Guzman. I am now her chief of staff. As of, I think I'm a week and a half into the job. So thank you for inviting me. And as you all probably know, she has a long-standing commitment to environmental justice and disadvantaged communities, which makes it the reason that I am working with her. I'm very excited to be working with her. And this, the topic that you're going to be discussing today of climate, carbon capture and storage is actually the first thing she brought me in on when I started my new position. So I know it's a very important issue to her, and she's very looking forward to hearing, I will be looking forward to hearing what this panel discusses. So at EPA Region 9, we currently have 5 permits applications that are submitted and are under review, and they are all in the San Joaquin Valley. And I know that we've been working with a lot of the EJ community representatives here to discuss the process, but just for those who haven't been in those conversations, our primary role at the EPA is through the underground injection control regulations, and this is a Class 6 type of project. So our role is to protect public health and drinking water resources in that area. We obviously have to check the applications and go through a public process to demonstrate that they meet all of our requirements, to make sure they will not leak and they will not create more pollution, et cetera. I can just say that the regional administrator, that Martha, is very committed to a robust public process. And she wants to make sure that we engage the concerned communities with having meetings in the potentially impacted communities She's committed to seriously looking at all the community concerns that are raised. And we will be looking specifically at the monitoring requirements. That's one area that she wanted me to highlight. And it needs to be, we need to make sure that they are structured for long-term oversight, not just a permitted and done process. So she's committed to that. And we want to make sure that any monitoring regime that's required inspires community confidence. And so I don't want to speak too long, but I just want to say we will also engage our counterparts at the local air districts in their review of the air pollution component of these permits. In this case, for the permits that we're reviewing right now, it would be the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. We are also collaborating a lot with EPA Region 6, which is also confronting this issue and community concerns. That is the area that includes Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. And we are also collaborating with other state and federal agencies that have a role in this issue, such as the Air Resources Board, California Air Resources Board, and the Department of Energy. And we are trying to engage more academics, and obviously the environmental justice community and advocates to plan some convenings that will be coming up later throughout the summer to really learn more about community concerns, as well as get more feedback on promising mitigation ideas and concepts. So please keep an eye out for invitations to those conversations. As I said, I will be here taking notes and sharing it with the regional administrator. We're always happy to hear the community perspective. And as always, if there's any other issue that we can be helpful with at US EPA Region 9, we always have an open door. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me, or I can get you in touch with the administrator with questions or concerns. Thank you. And I'm sorry that I couldn't have my camera on. I'll try it again. Gracias.
Yes. Thank you, Sarah. Gracias. It was a pleasure to have you here, and send our regards to Administrator Marta. And as she was saying, there's a lot to learn. There's going to be more discussions throughout the summer, but we don't have to wait until the summer. Let's start this learning process about what CCUS are and how these potential projects will be impacting the Central Valley. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce you to our first panelist, Genevieve Amsalon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is there a PowerPoint showing? Wonderful. Hello, everyone. My name is Genevieve Amsalem, and I am the Research and Policy Director for the Central California Environmental Justice Network. And I'm here to give a quick primer on industrial carbon capture and sequestration technologies, or CCS. Next slide, please. So to start, when we talk about carbon capture, I want you to think about the San Joaquin Valley and the Los Angeles air basins. So the San Joaquin Valley is the most polluted air basin in the nation for fine particle pollution, or PM2.5. PM2.5 is the most deadly air pollutant there is. It can bypass our normal defenses, get deep into the lungs, and actually enter the bloodstream. And this can lead to inflammation in the heart and in the brain. Multiple studies have found that as ambient PM2.5 levels increase, so do hospitalizations for childhood asthma attacks and heart attacks for adults. In Kern County, 1 out of 37 people die of a chronic respiratory disease. This is a rate 12 times higher than the rest of the state. I'll say that again. People in Kern County die of a chronic respiratory disease at a rate 12 times higher than the rest of the state. So for ozone, we are the second most polluted air basin in the nation. What's terrifying about ozone is that if you work outside, for instance, as a farm worker, you cannot protect yourself. Masks do not protect against gases. And so what are the impacts of ozone? For children, ozone stunts lung development, can lead to the development and exacerbation of asthma. And adults, same is true for development and exacerbation of multiple diseases. And I hope we all know that asthma can kill. We have multiple partners in the EJ movement that have joined the movement solely because they lost a loved one to an asthma attack. Now, on the right, there's a map from Stanford's study on carbon capture potential in California. The green identifies basins with carbon sequestration potential. As you can see, it aligns with the San Joaquin Valley and the Los Angeles air basins. So when we talk about carbon capture, I want you to think about the San Joaquin Valley. Right now, there are currently 17 CCS projects proposed for California, 5 of which have actually submitted permit applications to the US EPA. And of these 17, 75% are proposed for the Valley. Next slide, please. So quickly talk about different types of carbon capture. The one on the left is direct air capture, which takes carbon directly out of the atmosphere. There are currently 19 direct air capture plants operating worldwide, mainly very small ones, and together they capture about 0.01 metric tons of carbon a year. To put that in perspective, some people at CARB want to capture upwards of 80 or 100 metric tons. Then there's natural carbon sequestration, which we'll get into more later. And lastly, there's carbon capture and storage projects. These are projects that capture carbon from emission streams, not ambient air, and it pumps it underground. They're inherently parasitic to polluting facilities because you need the pollution to start with, and they're almost always located in environmental justice communities. So of the 17 proposed projects, they're all this type, CCS, industrial CCS. Next slide, please. As a quick aside, some like to think using carbon dioxide for enhanced oil recovery is CCS, but I think this is debatable. CO2 has proven successful in rejuvenating oil production. In fact, according to the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee analysis of SB 1314, quote, the widespread use of carbon dioxide for enhanced oil recovery could result in an additional 400,000 barrels of oil produced daily in the nation by 2035. Most commonly, oil and gas companies actually have extracted CO2 from natural deposits. So historically in the US, there's very little actual carbon capture from emission streams and very little actual sequestration. That same analysis goes on to state that, quote, CO2 for oil production is not necessarily the permanent sequestration of carbon dioxide, as CO2 returns to the surface with the produced oil, unquote. So I don't like to call this process CCS, but many do. There's lots of other projects proposed to put CCS technologies on bioenergy facilities, refineries, and with the goal to capture and sequester that carbon. So let's talk about those. Next slide, please. Thank you. So of the true CCS projects, what are the local air quality impacts? The European Environmental Agency found that CCS on natural gas power plants increases the facility's emissions of criteria air pollutants by 11 to 22%. On coal gasification units, emissions increased by up to 25%. This is called the energy penalty, because this equipment requires a lot of energy to run. So CCS inherently increases air pollution in environmental justice communities. Now I'll make just 2 more points before passing it along. Next slide, please. So in addition to air quality impacts, there are other risks. Research indicates that if CO2 stored underground were to leak in even small amounts, it would cause metals such as uranium, barium, manganese, cobalt, and nickel to be released into shallow groundwater aquifers at concentrations known to pose a health risk. So CCS risks our community's drinking water as well. And if CO2 were to escape into the atmosphere, it would be much more dangerous than a methane leak. Abandoned oil wells right now are leaking left and right in Kern County. CO2 could actually escape through an abandoned oil well, as seen in this graphic. And if it were to leak, CO2 is heavier than air, so it would accumulate at ground level, and CO2 displaces oxygen. 2 years ago in Mississippi, a CO2 pipeline ruptured and the leak led to the hospitalization of 49 people, many of whom suffered permanent lifelong lung damage. What's somehow even scarier is as residents tried to flee, their cars would not start because there was not enough oxygen in the air to spark the engines. CCS not only increases air pollution and poses risks to our drinking water, it risks the very lives of our community members. Last slide, please. Lastly, these are the proposed projects for California. 75% of them are proposed for the San Joaquin Valley, and 75% of those are proposed by or partnered with an oil and gas company. One is even for enhanced oil recovery. Now, I'll pass it on to Lupe and Rocio, amazing community leaders in our region, who will dive into some of the proposed projects for the Valley. Lupe, I believe you're up first. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. My name is Lupe Martinez. I live in Delano, and I am part of a committee called the Delano Guardians. We live here in Delano with an old 90s biomass operation that was here, and then it's been idle since 2015. Then some companies bought the Covanta in Delano biomass power plant, which they are talking about starting it back up, which in reality is going to pose a great danger to our community on this capture and storage. Their plan is to burn trees, agricultural waste, and so on for electricity, and then take the captured carbon dioxide and store it underground near our homes and our schools, which will worsen the public's health, exacerbate the climate crisis, and endanger, of course, public safety. When it first started, this biomass back in the 90s, they did tell us, but I guess we as a community weren't too much aware of what they were talking about, but they did tell us that there would be higher asthmas, lung problems, respiratory issues, and so on. However, when it idled in 2015, we never really found out what had happened, of how high those asthma rates were, and so on. So the biomass plants are going to emit a large amount of toxics into our air, which is already in trouble. We have a lot of issues with the contamination, and certainly we are going to face other issues. Within the valley, we already have a lot of trouble with our water being contaminated. So by this carbon sequestration, we really don't know what the issues are going to really impact us with. So bringing these facilities back, as I mentioned, it's just going to hurt the community even further than where we're at this point. We don't know what it really means by injecting this. We do know that there's a lot of earthquakes in California, and certainly there's other issues that we're facing at this point. So when we talk about clean energy solutions, they're really not real solutions. More than likely, it's false solutions to our climate crisis. And so what we need to start doing, and this is, in my opinion, is that we got to start doing something else. We need to figure out where we have policymakers who can stand up, step up, and do the changes in policy that are going to really protect our communities. We're always relying on them. They tell us there's not going to be any trouble. And in the end, our EJ communities are the ones who always suffer. We end up paying for it, even though as taxpayers, we all pay for whatever their experiments are. So again, I would say that we need to make sure that our regulators take charge, and we need to make sure that the cost is not passed on to the tax rate payers. Thank you.
hear me? Hello, my name is Rocio Madrigal. I'm with Central California Environmental Justice Network. I am going to talk to you today about the Mendota Carbon Negative Energy Project. You might ask yourself, where is Mendota? How big of a town it is? So,
You're muted.
I'm muted. Oh my gosh. How am I muted?
We can hear you. You're doing just fine.
Sorry about that. Okay, so Mendota is a very small community, about 50 miles west of the city of Fresno, very rural. The population is about 96% Latino. Many do not speak English, and they live in extreme poverty. Almost 40% of these people live in poverty. And also, the high school graduate rate is only 35.5%. I lived there for 20 years. Now, next slide. Now, Chevron and Clean Energy Systems, a group of companies, have just purchased the idled Covanta Mendota biomass power plant. It was the greatest polluter in 3 counties. They submitted this application to open the biomass, but also to add the carbon capture and storage that we call CCS. This is an unproven system. Next. Oh. Now, Mendota's biomass and CCS project is more of the same environmental racism. Chevron and Clean Energy Systems followed the recipe that targets towns like Mendota for their CCS project. Let me explain. There was a Cero report in 1984, so almost 40 years ago, that gave a recipe and recommendations of where hazardous waste facilities should be placed. They should be placed in small rural communities, residents with low education, and certainly with low income. These 3 are describing what I just described to you, the city of Mendota. Now, the communities whose residents are engaged in the resource extractive industries. You might ask, well, why isn't this biomass and CCS project, why is it not good for Mendota? Well, when it was active, the biomass was the largest stationary source of PM 2.5. We all know that that is not good for anybody and anybody's health. It was the largest source of pollution in Kings, Fresno, and Madera counties combined. This was a large plant. Now, the proposed biomass and CCS plants would require a lot more energy to power the carbon capture and storage. This means that if the facility is restarted, it's going to create more emissions and climate pollutants and hazardous air pollutants. Again, why is it not good? The companies plan to store the captured carbon underneath the biomass plant in Mendota, which is very, very close to schools. It's literally the backyard of a mobile home park and very close to 2 schools. This underground storage poses a high risk of leakage, drinking water contamination, and potential triggers to earthquakes. All of these are not good. Storing this captured carbon in high concentration is very dangerous. It can cause suffocation and death, and as Genevieve explained, in an example where there was an accident, permanent, long-term disabled lives. Now, you might ask, well, you said Mendota is 50 miles out. That's how far they would have to drive from Mendota to the nearest hospital. There is no hospital in Mendota. And there is only one ambulance. So it is a catastrophe waiting to happen, this type of accident in this community. Now, we knocked on doors. We do work in Mendota, and we knocked on doors and asked if people knew about the proposed project. These are people that live half a mile from this biomass. They were not aware and they did not want it. So they signed a petition asking the EPA to meet with them and to hear their voices that they did not want this hazardous biomass CCS project to happen. So we invited General Administrator Marta Guzman and our team, and we met with these families in a very small mobile home. And the way I describe it is a mischief mobile home. They live in not only places that are not mobile homes, they are RVs, campers, and whole families live in these. They use swamp coolers, so if there is PM 2.5, they bring it all inside to them, to their children. And after sending this letter and meeting with Marta, the applicant withdrew this permit on April 13th. This is a win. This is what happens when the community works and we find the right people to listen. This is a victory for now, but we must continue the work. And now I will give this floor to Pedro Hernandez. He is the Deputy Director of the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I assume you can hear me. And thank you, Rocio and Lupe, and and everyone else for having us today. And for me, just personally, I guess I always have to start this off by saying it's such an honor to share these types of spaces with so many great environmental justice advocates that really are responsible directly for building the movement that we're speaking on today. So for my time, and I'm actually just putting my stopwatch, I'll be talking about potential solutions to these issues. But before I even get there, let me introduce myself. My name is Pedro Hernandez. I'm the Deputy Director for the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition. We are a coalition of about 70 different organizations here in the San Joaquin Valley, working on air issues for about 20 years now. So this presentation and this, what I'll be talking about is informed by those decades of policy work, but also with real life experience here in the Valley as an effective community member myself. And of course, I would be remiss to not say that CCUS is a false solution. Maybe for a little context, this is an ongoing conversation right now in the legislature where representatives are discussing essentially the fate of the San Joaquin Valley and whether or not these false solutions will be moving forward. And so I think it's really important to ground these conversations in the fact that these projects are being supported by the polluting industry. They are lobbying the governor, they're lobbying our senators and assembly members to make sure that this climate solution, so they're going to use public climate money to help generate more pollution. And that's not a solution with integrity. And it's also, the way they're framing it is that there's energy shortages as well. So they're looking for ways to keep generating more electricity for the rest of the state by extending the lives of these polluting industries. And so it's really important, I think, to also ground this conversation in the fact that they're viewing the Central Valley as a sacrifice zone where there are certain levels of pollution that are acceptable for the greater good. And of course, as local Valley-based environmental justice advocates, we are pushing back against that because we don't believe that any level of pollution is acceptable for residents who are forced to live in these communities in the first place. So there's been a lot of talk around what these are used for, but I want to suggest a couple of alternatives to not only clean up the air in the San Joaquin Valley, because we are currently still in a clean air emergency, but also it's important to like think about what are the alternatives to move forward. So first of all, I would suggest that it's important to shut down these polluting power plants, to shut down these incinerators, to no longer extend their lives, because inherently they were located in these communities that are majority people of color, because there was no one to push back against them. There was, and of course they don't want to put these on the rich communities. I mean, just to say it super directly, there's no really other way to explain it. So ultimately, we need to shut down these polluting plants, because even if we put fancy, expensive technology to capture the carbon, there's nothing being done to address the pollution from the diesel trucks that are going to be pulling in these trees and this biomass that will be burned. There's nothing to address or mitigate the other associated air pollution. And ultimately, if it is generating more oil, it's going to be creating actually more carbon emissions. So at the end of the day, we need to shut down these polluting power plants. This is also tied to a transition to renewable energy. And it's important because we know that the technology exists. We know that it's possible. We also know that there's a lot of renewable energy projects that are being located and developed here in the Valley that don't necessarily serve Central Valley communities either. So there are large solar farms that generate electricity for other parts of the state. So it's going to be really important that the San Joaquin Valley is going to be benefiting equitably from this transition to clean energy. Because again, we know that we can't be solving one problem by generating pollution, because we know that pollution is going to stay in the valley. So we need solutions with integrity. Another just broad recommendation is to consider public health in the development of projects and development of legislation and other rules as well. Because at the end of the day, public health is always sacrificed at the expense of profits and at the expense of political favors. And as cliche or generic as the statement is, we would not be in our clean air emergency if public health was prioritized first. And so at the end of the day, legislators at every level, and this is like from the Fresno Board of Supervisors to all the way up to the state governor and the EPA, we need to prioritize public health, because when we're not centering that discussion first, then people's lives are sacrificed. And again, this is people's children, grandparents, friends, families. So this is like, and we know that there's not one. My theory is everyone knows somebody with asthma in the San Joaquin Valley. And so even if there is progress, the fact that we still know someone with asthma is the indicator that we know that the progress has not been far enough. And then ultimately, I think another just broad solution is that we need to hold the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District accountable. So far, that agency has been addressed one time in this presentation, and we work a lot with them. But more broadly, that agency has representatives from every Valley county. And that agency is also what we call at CVAC a captured agency, where they are heavily influenced by the industries they are supposed to regulate. So again, for the oil industry, there's tons of loopholes that they're passing. And they are one of the main agencies that will help address and their duties are to address and consider air quality protections. And so we need to hold that agency and other local agencies accountable, because again, there can be plenty of laws and regulations, but if they're not enforced, if they're not adequately funded, and if there's tons of loopholes in the programs, then none of the pretty language that we're going to be advocating for will be worth it. And then finally, which can be a transition to the next speakers, is that we need to support ecologically and nature-based ways to sequester carbon. because so far we've been talking about technology, but we know that nature is a solution, and that when we protect nature and we enhance nature, there's tons of other co-benefits for habitat, for people, for water that we all need as well too. So it's one of the best win-win solutions out there. So without much further ado, I'll stop my time here and pass it over to the next speaker. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Nayamin, for inviting me to be part of this today. I'm very honored. I'm Ellie Cohen, CEO of the Climate Center, a climate and energy policy nonprofit focused on accelerated equitable climate action in California. As goes California, goes the world. Can I have my slides, please? Thank you. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start off to put this in the global context, that our current global climate goals that were established 3 years ago, that most countries and states are following, basically, as bold as they are, we need to do more, but they're really to cut emissions in half by 2030 and remove upwards of 1,000 gigatons or 1 trillion tons of past climate pollution we've already dumped into the atmosphere to get to net zero emission or carbon neutrality by 2050 across the world. And as bold as they are, our fossil fuel economy is already, as we've heard again and again today, and we all know from real experience, our lived experiences, it's already impacting our communities, and climate change is rapidly worsening. We have to do a lot more sooner. But the key is we have to cut emissions, and we have to draw down from the atmosphere past emissions as well to get to a safe climate. Next slide, please. In the Western US, because of global warming, that we are in a severe mega drought, a multi-decadal drought. It's the worst in 1,200 years. The latest science is showing that it is not expected to get better until at least 2030 or later. And it really does threaten a Dust Bowl economy and for our agricultural economy and economy-wide by as early as 2027. So that the crops we're growing today, if we don't do something about our water issues, from clean water to helping grow our crops, we may not be able to grow most of the crops that we are growing today within a handful of years. Next slide. And of course, as we've talked about today, increasing health impacts, particularly in the San Joaquin Valley communities. Lots of studies showing how fossil fuel air pollution is responsible for 1 in 5 deaths globally, heat waves being a lead climate-related killer, and in the valley, various respiratory illnesses, including valley fever, with infections surging in California. Next slide. So the nation and the world are looking to California to lead on this, but as we all know, California is not leading and is actually falling behind. We have to accelerate the path to carbon negative and equity positive. Right now, our leaders in California are talking about 2045 for getting to carbon neutrality, which is way too late. We're talking about the health of our communities on the front line here, and 2045 is unacceptable. Next slide. One of the things we've been working on at the Climate Center is looking at how can we draw down past emissions to help us get to a safer climate without CCS, without carbon capture and storage. And we can use nature, and we can do it in a way that has multiple benefits for our communities, for our health, for our food production, and for biodiversity. We did a report in January about California's working lands and agricultural lands, and we quantified what is the maximum possible amount of carbon we could sequester per year. And we got to 103 million metric tons if everything was working together. It doesn't include additional sequestration from natural lands, from forests, from montane and coastal wetlands and nearshore habitat. This study was done in partnership with the Carbon Cycle Institute with Tori Estrada and Dr. Jeff Creek, and it's been reviewed by various soil scientists. Next slide. And there are lots of benefits to scaling up soil carbon storage in California's working lands. We estimate that we can get to over 100 million metric tons a year sequestered. That's equal to roughly a quarter of the state's emissions annually. And you get all kinds of benefits from healthy soils and healthy habitats, including better water security and retention in the soil, replenishing of groundwater, air and water quality improvements, wildfire and heat extreme resilience, more crop yield, stability and resilience, better for birds and biodiversity and other wildlife, increasing jobs and more. Next slide. This slide shows some of the different practices on agricultural lands and urban lands. And as you can see on the left, it lists them out, and it includes compost application so that we can use food waste not to produce more methane and more climate pollution from landfills, but actually have it used to apply in small amounts across soil that will increase carbon sequestration. So on pasture land, on croplands, riparian or streamside habitat restoration, but also the last one is avoiding synthetic nitrogen fertilizers, which pollute the air, pollute the water, and pollute our communities. Next. So we have been working with many partners, and our key partners, the lead sponsors of this bill are the Carbon Cycle Institute, the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts, and Pew Charitable Trust, with over 75 organizations supporting AB 2649, the Natural Carbon Sequestration and Resilience Act of 2022. We went to a number of different members of the legislature, and Assembly member Cristina Garcia, who's in Bell Gardens, Los Angeles, surrounded by 6 freeways, jumped on the opportunity to do this because of urban greening and what it can do to reduce heat stress and reduce pollution for her community. But there's all kinds of other benefits. And this bill would establish the first ever statutory goal for natural carbon removal by 2030 and 2035. We, as I've said, 75 organizations supporting it with benefits for our climate, for our health, for our water, for food production, for our environment and our economy. It just passed out of the Assembly and is heading to the Senate now. And if you want to support it, you can go to theclimatecenter.org/AB 2649 for more information. Next slide. Just to highlight again, urban greening is huge. It naturally sequesters carbon, reduces extreme heat impacts, reduces air pollution. Next slide. Natural lands and waters are part of this. So from the mountains to the ocean, and it will help reduce fire and increase clean water and clean air. Next slide. And carbon farming. And we're going to hear next from Sarah Aird from the Californians for Pesticide Reform to talk more specifically about how improved practices for organic farming and regenerative farming can help sequester more carbon and have multiple benefits for our community. So I'll pass it on to Sarah. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Ellie. Really appreciate it. My name is Sarah Aird, and I'm policy strategist with the statewide coalition Californians for Pesticide Reform. And we work directly with communities on the front lines of pesticide exposure in the San Joaquin Valley, as well as in other agricultural regions around the state. It's critical that agriculture and the kind of agriculture, such as organic farming and agroecological farming, that protects the environment and public health is robustly incentivized and supported in all state climate and natural and working lands initiatives in California to the fullest extent possible. This is important not only because it will help California achieve our climate goals more quickly, but it will also significantly improve health outcomes in many of California's agricultural regions, which suffer from amongst the worst air and water quality in the entire nation. As we've heard from other speakers, communities in the San Joaquin Valley already suffer from among the highest rates of asthma and other respiratory diseases, cancer, and neurodevelopmental impacts. And this impact is not felt evenly among Californians, but is an environmental justice and civil rights matter, as farm worker and Latino low-income communities of color are subjected to disproportionate exposure to toxins from a multitude of sources. This includes the largest amount of agricultural chemicals, including synthetic pesticides, used anywhere in the country, approximately 100 million pounds of which are used each and every year in the San Joaquin Valley. In fact, researchers at the California EPA found that pesticide use was the pollution burden that showed the greatest racial, ethnic, and income disparities in the state, disproportionately imposing more of a hazard than multiple air pollutants and other toxic releases. And this pesticide use props up an unsustainable form of industrial monocropping for export that leaves many of the very communities that grow our food actually lacking access to food, with some of the most food insecure counties in the nation being in the San Joaquin Valley, including Tulare and Fresno, where agricultural profits are in the billions of dollars each year. Climate justice requires that our communities that are the most impacted by industrial and other forms of pollution are centered in climate solutions, and that those solutions lessen the pollution burden experienced by those communities. Carbon sequestration technologies, as we have heard, threaten to leave these very same communities as ongoing sacrifice zones, likely bearing the risk of even greater pollution. Instead, to address this disproportionate pollution burden and support improved climate at the same time, the state should be robustly incentivizing pesticide reduction practices, including expansion of organic, agroecological, and regenerative farming. Organic farming bans use of all synthetic fertilizers and more than 900 synthetic pesticides with only a very few exceptions, prohibits genetically modified organisms, and avoids the microplastics that are now being added to synthetic pesticides and fertilizers. In addition to the benefits to water and air quality, public health, and the environment, a multitude of studies comparing hundreds of organic and conventional farms, both here in California and nationally, have now documented how organic farming sequesters significantly more carbon than conventional farming, and at deeper, more stable depths. One California study by UC Davis found that organic systems resulted in 14 times the rate of carbon sequestration as conventional farming. The longest running organic comparison study in the United States documented that after 22 years, soil organic carbon increased by 15 to 28% in organically managed soils compared to 9% in the conventionally managed soils. Additional pesticide reduction strategies can result in vibrant microbe and soil invertebrate populations that have not been decimated by pesticide use, which leads to healthier soils that are better able to fix nitrogen and cycle nutrients throughout the soil and to plants, which means lessening the need for harmful synthetic fertilizers. And in turn, these healthier soils mean healthier plants that are also better able to withstand pests and diseases on their own, as well as significantly greater carbon sequestration. Pesticide reduction will also result in direct reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, such as tropospheric ozone, which is recognized by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change as the third most potent greenhouse gas, as well as reductions in nitrous oxide, a greenhouse gas 300 times more potent than carbon dioxide, whose levels increase 7-fold to 100-fold as a result of certain heavily used fumigants. Pesticide reduction will also lead to better protection of community health as people experience less chronic exposure to pesticides that can cause devastating, lifelong, or life-threatening ailments such as asthma and cancer. The pesticide reductions result in better protection of air quality, water quality, and better protection of biodiversity and ecosystems, including the very pollinators that remain essential for much of our farming to even be possible. It is for these reasons that we are calling for California to catch up to other agricultural economies and become a national leader and adopt similar pesticide reduction targets as those that have already been adopted by the 27 countries that make up the European Union as part of their farm to fork strategy. This would mean setting a goal of 50% reduction of synthetic agricultural pesticide use by 2030, starting with the most toxic pesticides, including carcinogenic fumigants, brain-harming organophosphates, and neonics. It would also mean setting a statewide goal of having 30% of all agricultural acreage being organically farmed by 2030. Currently, the scoping plan sets a 30% target for organic acreage, but not until 2045, which would not act as an incentive as it's not even keeping up with the current market growth of organic production. And finally, not classifying or allowing for pesticides to be incentivized in any way is a climate smart strategy. As earlier speakers described, emerging independent science is showing that industrial carbon capture and sequestration technologies are not living up to their promised carbon sequestration expectations. And those technologies may have significant harmful impacts on environmental justice communities, but they're being included in nearly all climate initiatives. At the same time, pesticide reduction strategies, including organic farming and other holistic types of farming, including agroecological farming and regenerative farming, are not currently being sufficiently supported in climate initiatives, even though we know that reduction of pesticides will benefit the very communities most impacted by climate. This must change. And I will now turn it over to my colleague, Gustavo Aguirre, to wrap up.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. I think it's Nayamin normally says, it sometimes feels that our leaders see the climate crisis as the priority issue to solve, while the right of breathing clean air, drinking clean water, they see it as a secondary issue. I urge legislators, agencies to readjust your priorities. As Pedro mentioned, I think we need to find solutions with integrity. And I think several of the speakers mentioned, those options that it can be done, with integrity. I urge you, to see the problems forced upon our communities, not as secondary issue, but as the discriminatory false solutions, the true reasons behind the climate crisis. It's not just methane gases from dairies. That's not the only problem, or their industrial scale, on the animal feed pollution, which pollutes, our air and water. It's not just carbon sequestration, from smoke stacks, that's not only the problem. It's also, the dirty fossil fuels, that pollute our air and water. We cannot look at our climate issue in a vacuum. We need to understand the underlying issues. We need to see where climate and justice intersect. You cannot continue to treat our communities as sacrifice zone. An example, I think, is the proposed ideas of carbon sequestration on abandoned oil wells in Kern County, for example. Right now, the last week and this week, Cesar Aguirre with CCJN has been with the CalGEM inspectors here in Kern, looking, one after another abandoned wells in violation. So, and it's just, to remind us that the industry is not known to follow the rules. They don't follow the rules, and bringing carbon sequestration to oil wells is just to keep, in this case, Kern County as the junkyard of pollution. So we can do better than that. It's not just climate and the justice. It's climate justice. We need to put them together. And I will pass it to Pedro, which is going to facilitate the questions and answers.
Hey, everyone. I'm back after eating a bowl of cereal. Yeah, so again, thanks everyone for joining so far. I believe I'll be joined by a few more panelists. Please feel free to drop any questions in the chat. And I see actually one question coming up right now. So as advocates and members of the community, how do you make sure that the most impacted communities are at the table calling for changes, or do you build new tables? So maybe we'll, if anyone wants to take a stab at this, I saw you, Nayamin. Go for it.
Yeah, I can start, but definitely chime in. I think that the example of what happened in Mendota is a really good example. Let's bring the regulators, in this case EPA, to our tables to talk to community members so that they hear from the same people who will be impacted by these facilities, the concerns, and how they can be prevented. I think that is just one example, but I'm sure that definitely building the table where more dialogue could happen is extremely important. But, we don't have to go to Sacramento. I think Sacramento can come to us.
Yeah, actually, yes, absolutely. And I actually want to take some facilitators initiative. Lupe, I want to see if you have any takes on this.
Well, I think Nayamin has said it all. I think at this point we need to make sure the community is totally involved and are empowered to hold those people who are responsible for our safety and our health and all of our things, for our communities, and that they hold them accountable. So I think we need to build the tables. We need to see who's at the table. And do we have the right people at the table? And I don't mean the communities, I mean others, because I think we need to bring the others in here. And if not, then I think we need to think about building that new table and holding those legislators who are not being accountable to us, change them for others.
All right, now
Yeah.
go ahead.
Pedro, if I may, I think there is a book called Good to Great, and it has a great example. I think it mentioned about a BAS, meaning a company, in this case, the government agencies and the tables, and it says that we need to have the right person at the driving seat, to put the right person there. We need to switch, the people on the bus, put them on the right seats, and, kick off those that don't fit on any seat of the bus, and bring in people to fill out those seats. And I think what was mentioned, shared in Mendota, that I think that quick action with having someone with integrity in the EPA gave results. So I think we need to do that with government and government agencies. I think that works.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gustavo. I see another question coming up, and I'll read it aloud for everyone. Families and friends have passed away from cancer and other diseases because of these environmental injustices. How can we bring change more quickly in our communities? Oh, the golden question. So quick time check. We have about 5 minutes. So for anyone who would like to answer this, be brief, but let's go. So any volunteers?
I can start briefly. I think that, we, especially with policies, it takes so long for a policy to be introduced and then to be passed and then to be implemented. And our communities don't have time for that. Our communities need mitigation measures now. Our communities need emission reductions now. And I think that's what we all need to engage on. What can the government do to bring changes now and not, 10 or 20 years from now? So action is needed like yesterday.
Yeah, and I think, as I mentioned earlier, Cesar Aguirre with CCJN has been working the last couple of weeks, on the violation of abandoned oil wells. And he was telling me, he's my son, he was telling me, Dad, why I am doing the work of the government agencies? Is their duty to do it? So I think the existing regulations, government need to, enforce them. I think it takes sometimes, advocates to make them do the work. But I think we as advocates can pressure them to implement current regulations, on top of new regulations that are needed. But what is in place right now, it needs to be implemented, because it is not implemented. We always hear from a government, we have the strictest regulations in California than the world and all of that, but we don't implement them. Those are not worth if those are not implemented. So the implementation, on top of new laws, implementing what is in place already.
That's a very good point, because again, with all these pretty policies can be very pretty and fancy, but if we're not actually implementing them, then what is the point? I'll take another episode of Facilitator Initiative to do my take on a response, which I think, the main question is, how do we make things more quickly? My first thought in my mind was, do we as advocates and just as community members too, we need to make sure we're not delaying anything either. Like as advocates, we have a privilege of being in certain spaces, and so I think there's an ethical responsibility to not negotiate against communities and not negotiate against a slower timeline. So that means being very firm and kind of standing what we know is right and demanding that solutions are implemented as soon as possible, because it is, I think, a certain, again, ethical responsibility we have as representatives, but also as neighbors of everyone as well too. I'm not seeing any other questions, so maybe what did you say?
I just wanted to add, I think, we have seen the past, or at least I have seen the past. I've been here for quite a few years. And I've seen some changes, but those changes have been slow. And it seems that, however, now, today, I am getting to see the youth taking a different approach from what we did back then, 20 years, 30 years ago. And I'm seeing that the youth has a different, fast pace, quick response. And I think that's what needs to happen. I think we need to also start paying attention to the youth who are taking a lot of this lead, and we need them to take the lead, and we need for them to really step forward and really take it on, because like Naomi said, I mean, time goes by real fast. When I look at, and I had mentioned earlier about the biomass here in Delano do Covanta, they told us of what the issues were going to be. To date, we don't have any response as to what are the issues with the health problems that caused, the asthmas and all these, or where are we at this point? We don't have no response. Trust us. Trust us. And I think the youth is saying, no, we're not going to trust you. We're not going to trust you.
Absolutely. And so I see that we're about at the 1 o'clock mark, and I see Sergio is also popping up as well too. So we might be timed out here, but maybe if I can just have some concluding comments of, feel free to reach out to any of our organizations as well too. We're all from the Valley. We want to make sure that justice it does happen in the Valley as soon as possible and everywhere possible in the Valley as well too. So feel free to reach out to any of our organizations, and we'd love to see how we can support your communities and your issues as well too. And maybe I'll pass it over to Sergio. Thank you again.
Thanks, Pedro, and thank you all on the Environmental Justice Subcommittee. Tremendous presentation, such an informative presentation. You all are doing tremendous work and empowering our community residents to share their stories and to share their solutions of what they want to see in the San Joaquin Valley. What amazing opportunities there are for our appointed and elected officials and state agencies to partner with our community partners to create meaningful environmental justice policy and system changes that will help the solution, but also ultimately save lives. So we're really grateful for all the work that you all have been doing, and thank you for that wonderful presentation. Well, folks, that concludes our San Joaquin Valley Health Fund 7th Annual Equity on the Mall. What an eventful 2 days it has been. We are so proud to share the beautiful and critical work of our communities and our community partners in the San Joaquin Valley as they build up the power of Valley residents. They lift up their voices and speak truth to power. It has been an honor to be the MC for the last 2 days with you all, and an honor to be working in partnership with the community part that you all heard today, and many, many more who weren't showcased today on this platform, but are with us in spirit and are with us in this work that we also want to be thanking as well. On behalf of the Sierra Health Foundation and the Center at Sierra Health Foundation, I would like to thank all the community members of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund, all of the members of the IHEAL policy subcommittees and the policy committee in general, our consultants at Macero Incorporated, the back-end support for Modern Learners, all of our interpreters, the staff at the Center at Sierra Health Foundation, all the appointed and elected leaders who joined us over the last 2 days, the over 40 philanthropic partners that support the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund and Equity on the Mall, and most importantly, you, our community partners and residents in the San Joaquin Valley. You make this work possible. You make this work happen. You make the day-to-day happen, and you are changing and saving lives in the San Joaquin Valley with your important work. Such an incredible, body of work and beautiful people here in the Valley, and you all deserve the best. And we hope to support you all and continue to do the work that brings the best to the San Joaquin Valley. Please stay tuned for more to come from our community partners as we will extend the conversations that were started here the last 2 days in Equity on the Mall and bring them down to regional level as we kick off our regional town hall meeting series. Through September, we will be hosting 3 regional town hall meetings that are going to be geared to engage our community partners, residents, and community leaders to continue conversations started here and focus them on the work happening through the iHeal platform at a local level to bring about local changes and make sure that we're seeing implementation, as we'll talk about today, happen with resources that are coming down from the state as well. So we hope that you can join us for those, and we will be getting information out to those series as well coming soon. We invite you to stay in touch as well. Head over to the Center at Sierra Health Foundation website at www.shfcenter.org. Click on the program tab and learn about the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund and where you can sign up for our weekly eBlast newsletters. You can sign up for the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund monthly partnership newsletters and connect with us on all of our social media platforms. Once again, on behalf of all of our community partners, the Center at Sierra Health Foundation, the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund, I say thank you and stay safe, stay healthy, and keep advocating for all that we deserve here in the Valley. It's been a beautiful 2 days. I thank you very much, and we will see you soon in our next round of work. Thank you again.